I'm doing fine. I haven't left my computer chair since I told you guys that I was gonna go. Since I told you guys that I was gonna go get a energy drink and an Uncrustable. Nah, volume, yes. I looked over. I can hear my headset through my ears. I can hear the music through my headset, and it's over on the table. I think that's good. I'll be back. I left my chair. Part of what screwed me over, right, is I almost went to bed at like midnight. But I asked if anybody knew what was causing my problem with my VR trackers, and I was like, well, what if I just like go put them on real quick and like troubleshoot for a little bit? And that was only gonna take me an hour because I thought what was gonna happen is I was gonna fix one or two things that I thought was wrong, and then I'm telling you, I was like, I almost 1 a.m. I was like, maybe it was midnight. I don't know. It was either midnight or 1 a.m. I was like, I could just get up and like mess with it for a little bit and then go to sleep to make sure I'm like extra fucking tired, dude. 3 hours passed. Oh no, 3 a.m. rolls around and I'm like, fuck, it's 3 a.m. And then I did something else. And I was like, okay, whatever. It is what it is. I think I tried one more thing. And so I took all of my trackers off, put them all back on like twice last night. I think I've done it a total of 5 times in the last 12 hours. And then I was just like, I was sitting on the couch and it was like 5 something a.m. and I was like, oh, if I go to bed now, I'll still get like 6 hours of sleep. You guys were in the Discord for that part. So I was like, okay, I'll decompress for like a few minutes, cool off, because like VR is like toasty as hell. So I was like, I'll just cool off for a little bit, decompress and go to bed. And then it was 6:10 and I was like, fuck. And so I went and laid down. And then I started getting on Discord and I posted I got on Discord and I posted and I was like, hey, does anybody know what might be causing like stuttering for like VR tracking? Because these trackers are brand new and I got the Slime VR tracker, so I was like, okay, whatever. And I've been in the Discord for a really long time. And so I was just like finally asking for help to set them up because like the Mocopy was so much easier. Like, don't get me wrong, the Mocopy initially was a bitch. But once I found out that I had to change my PC network setting I fixed it. And like I got the routine down, and like the Mokopi wasn't really that big of a deal. However, the drifting is really bad, and there's nothing to really correct it, because the problem is that Sony decided to use Slime software and made their trackers compatible with Slime VR, the app. But no one in the Slime VR server is willing to or will troubleshoot it, because one, a lot of them don't have the Mokopies, and two, everything in there is made for Slime. And so it's just like, okay, I don't blame them. So like I was waiting for Slime to catch up, because it was like, could I have ordered them 6 months ago and had them by now? Sure. However, I could also wait 6 months, order them a couple of weeks ago, and get them in a couple of days ago. So I was like, all right, whatever. Giga Chad move, right? And so I was like, okay, well, I got everything connected, got everything working together. And what it almost like kind of looks like, you can count my frames a little bit. I can show you guys a video actually, because I had to take a video. It's not nearly as bad as it was. There's a couple of things it could be. My Wi-Fi network could be too congested, which it was at first. See, I'll just, we'll get everything up. We'll get everything up. We'll get everything up. Take meds before I forget, which is probably part of the reason I'm still awake. It's because I took full dose of meds yesterday, but it is what it is. Hey, potato. I can hear the lack of sleep in your voice. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be autistically toned, because I still feel awake, but my throat is dry as fuck. Ow. That does not taste any better than when it used to be called Phase Pop. Oh god, sorry. I might have less of a filter though, as I just burped in your ears. I'm so sorry. You know how like, this is loud, hang on. You know how I don't know if anybody else experienced this, but when I was younger, because nobody liked me and like kids didn't want to play with me or be my friend or anything, I just started thinking that like, well, if I do funny things, especially for like shock value, people will at least like think I'm funny or like me or something. I don't know. And so like, I thought I was cool because I could burp really loudly. Well, let's just be honest, it was belching. I thought I was really cool because I could belch. And my mom worked for so the irony of my mom being a CDL driver is she used to work at the truck stop when I was growing up. So like, I would out like burp truck drivers. And so I used to think that was cool and like something to brag about. And then Steele kind of broke me of it a little bit, because like Steele's really big on manners and being polite. So for like the first little bit that I moved up there, like he just was like, you're not going to say like, excuse me or anything. And I'm like, I burped in my own home. Why would I say, excuse me? And it's like, I don't know, out of respect. And I'm just sitting here like, but you don't say it all the time. And he's like, yeah, I do. I'm like, okay. And now he hardly says it, but so I'm just sitting there like, okay, so it kind of broke me of it a little bit. So I started like, I don't burp as much as I used to. Plus, like, I don't think my digestion is nearly as bad as it used to be either, so I show respect to Steele. Look, man, I'm just like, if no one's home, I'm pissing with the door open. If it's just me and Steele, I'm burping. I don't give a shit. It's my own home. I deserve to be unadulteratedly myself. Am I late? I don't know. The stream says starting soon, but like, that could mean anything, honestly. My grandmother taught me and my siblings how to burp. On demand, that's fair. That was on demand. That's the best I got. So at least the best I got on an empty stomach. Starting soon, so 2 minutes in. Look, man. Hey, Nikki. If it's just me and my bestie, I'm burping it, to be honest, yeah. I only say, I do say, don't get me wrong, I say excuse me if one, it's in the middle of me saying something, or two, if it's like I'm really close to the person physically. Hey Rose, hey Truly, hey Jake, Kyson, hey Neggy, hi Wedge, hi Potato, hi Work Girl Music, I don't know. When I'm actually, you guys can give me your opinion though, because you can tell me if you think the tracking is bad enough for me to not do anything until I get it fixed, or if you really just don't give a shit and you just want naked lady. Be like, the jerking does make the boobs bounce more, so I mean, V-Bridger. I did VTube. V-Bridger. Oh, Steel finally found switches for a keyboard he likes, so he's gonna find a base, and he's gonna put the switches in there, and then put the keycaps on there for Suisse. So, that's pretty bomb. Yeah. Oh, Blue Twitch? Oh, I just meant in general. I don't know. But I can show you guys the video as soon as I get this connected. Hang on. You're still calling. Oh yeah, the router reset. Fuck my giant gaping asshole. Fuck. Also, I don't know how I feel about the fact that I've just become like the down bad bitch in Ginger's chat. I was just sitting there last night and like half the shit I was saying I didn't even like fully believe in. I was just like, oh, whatever, I don't care. Oh my god! Nate, I don't know how you deal with this shit. This stupid fucking iPhone can go to hell! Thank you! Oh, I didn't even do it right. The swipe up to close apps is a disaster. I don't know if you still have an iPhone, actually. I just remember... Oh, because I plugged in my trackers, my device IP is 15. Because I have 10 trackers. I have 10 trackers, headset, and I think that's it. You guys will never see this cursed bullshit that happens on my screen whenever I have to reconnect to my... Okay, there you go. Maybe thought we awakened something in Ginger chats and the... Wait? Might be our fault. We awakened something in Ginger's chat in you. Nah. I don't, it's that thing though. It's that shock value. I just want people to think I'm funny because then they'll actually like me. I just want to make people laugh because then they'll keep me around and they'll find a use for me. Oh, I'm going to trauma dump today, aren't I? Jesus Christ. Is today the day that I tell you guys more of my trauma? Okay. I don't have it set up yet. Sorry. Be funny, streamer. But you are funny, yeah. So like me. I just want chat to like me. I never use my cry emote. I should actually like keybind my fucking emotes to my mouse. Like, you know, the whole reason I bought this mouse was because it had extra fucking buttons that I could just use very easily. I just about lost my mind trying to send an email in my iPhone to email test results to a new doctor's office because I got the results on my phone and was too lazy to try and get them on my laptop and email from there. That's fair. I haven't seen the email since debut. I know. Trying to attach files on the iPhone email is horrible. I can't imagine. Self is actually attaching it or not. I hate when icons are so subtle that you don't know. I think Gmail kind of does something similar. To where somebody sends you an email with an attachment, you have to actually like click on the details up top for it to actually show you, I think. At least on mobile. I don't know about desktop. It's been a while since I've had to worry about desktop. But yeah, I remember having that issue with... No, I use Yahoo Mail because I use a mobile email app that came with my Samsung. So I don't use the official Yahoo Mail app, but I still have a personal Yahoo account that I use for a long time. Couldn't bitch. I could. Please bitch slap the icon. Bitch slap me with the icon. Yeah, whatever. So with the subtle shit here, I don't know how. Did you know that like a lot of people don't realize that the icon in the top corner of Discord is an envelope? Because it doesn't fucking look like one. I mean, okay, it does when there's not a notification, but an envelope, yeah, so it's where you see like your mentions and pings and a lot of people don't even know it's up there. That's the other thing. A lot of people don't know that fucking shit is up there, but where am I being mentioned? Anyway. It says I have a dot, but I don't see anything. I can be your rich slut. I need money first, though. So, like, when you go to your direct messages on desktop, where'd it go? Wait, have I lost my fucking mind? Or did Twitch, or did fucking OBS finally realize I was in stream mode? Oh no, there's a little icon up top on desktop that you click. That's supposed to be an envelope, I think. Thought it was a box. No, it's either an envelope or like an instant message icon. It's one of the two. Maybe a rich slut without the rich part. Okay. Rich slut part. Oh yeah, I'm gonna show you that. It's the video. Hang on. I didn't press the thing. I need an opinion about this because, like, to be fair, I'm kind of like over exaggerating intentionally. However, I just want to see, like, if you guys really don't give a shit, I think that's fine and I can live with it. But if you give a shit, I give a shit, first of all, so I'm going to try and fix it. But if you guys don't give too much of a shit and you think it looks fine, then it is what it is. I've got a couple of people that are looking into it. So, I gotta change this music too. Also, if you're slapping noises in this video, there's an ass slap feature to the audio. So, just ignore that part. Do I want to listen to anything? Or do I just want to go... Just want to listen to the weird shit? Oh, I should listen to the weird shit today. I'll play this for now. Oh my god. Why is it doing... Oh, because I gotta... Yeah, okay. Create new media source. VR. Video. So it's this PC, this drive. No, where's just videos? I thought videos is over here. Yes, it is. Okay, I found it. Let's run. All right. This is the tracking. See how it's like kind of jerky? I don't know if I'm just being too picky. It almost kind of looks like my legs are out of socket a little bit. I don't know. Of course you can notice. Yeah, like it's not subtle, but it's like, is it enough to worry about? What pisses me off, okay, so these trackers work off too, and this is where I'm going to get into a bit of a, like, it's a little tricky. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, sparkles are shiny is your personality. That's the spirit. But that's kind of that's not the question, though. I'm not asking if you can notice. I'm asking if it bothers you. I think you misunderstood the assignment here, but it's... I do kind of genuinely think that there's an issue with where I'm putting my legs. Because it does kind of look like my legs are popping out of socket. Honestly. I don't know. Or the sounds of another Mary. I think it'd be good to fix it, but it doesn't really bother me too much. That's fair. Sorry, I was looking respectfully. What was the question? Don't worry about it. It's fine. I need to pull up. Mixed up. BTS Pog. Dude, I took those logs yesterday and I fucking forgot about it. Did I save BTS Pog? Heh. But yeah, no, it's just like, I don't know if it's enough to like be bothered or not, honestly. Like, because the thing is like, if I'm doing VR, I'm not gonna be the one that notices as much as you guys, honestly. So that's kind of why I was asking more than anything, is because like, yeah, it bothers me and I don't like it. But what pisses me off is that the new trackers they're releasing don't require fucking Wi-Fi, and these have to use a 2.4 gigahertz bandwidth. And my 2.4 is like severely congested. So I don't know if that's part of the problem or not. But so I'm just like kind of waiting to see like what they say. Part of me is like, if it turns out that these are too much of a hassle, I kind of want to trade them in for the new ones that they're releasing. It doesn't bother me too much personally. That's fair. To be fair, the only thing I really use like super full body detailed for is the dancing. And I'm not a great dancer, so I feel like it's fine because it just represents my atrocious dance style in person. But it's just like, I don't know, because I honestly think the congestion helped a little bit. Like, this is better than it was. I swear, like, before you could count my frames is kind of how it looked. This, I kind of had to try to get it to do this. But I do think it has something to do with the way the legs are sitting in there. Because, like, the more you look at it, the more it just kind of looks like my legs might be popping out. So I don't know. I think that might be part of it. It definitely has to have something to do with the calibration. Take that back. Dude, I don't even remember what I fucking said. It should be okay. It doesn't bother me much. That's fair. Do you like the avatar? Yeah, she's cute. I don't know how this is going to work with my new... Because I tried using the robot avatar and it looked the same. So, I don't know. I think the biggest reason why you can notice it so badly on this one is because it's like a little short mini skirt. Whereas, like... It might not be that bad on... Oh, that's actually an idea. Maybe I should strip the avatar and see if anything is moving weird. But I don't know. We'll see. All right, let's... It's okay, guys. You know, that guy said my model looked like ass, so I just had to give him something that did look like ass. I had to give him something worth bitching about. Strip? Not here. Let's strip. Oh my god. I didn't do shit in Schedule 1 last night because I actually ended up having to babysit Ginger's chat because new people were coming in and being dicks. Not necessarily like, I hate when people like see someone playing a game for the first time and their first instinct is to like subtly backseat to where like it may not be backseating outright. It's similar to the self-promo conversation we had. Like they'll frame the backseating in the form of a question and it's like, bro, get a fucking life. I know what you're doing. You're not smooth. The one game Andes, I hate them, yeah. It wasn't subtle at all, yeah. And like, she chastised me. She's like, no, you didn't have to delete it. And I was just like, I don't care. I already said that I was gonna mistakenly delete things because I've never played the game before, so. I don't feel bad about deleting that one because I didn't know if it was a spoiler or not, so I don't give a shit. We don't tell Steele that I took one of his raspberry Uncrustables. No, I'll snitch on myself. I snitch on myself all the time, dude. I get them in here occasionally with the drug game. Like the others come like, you should mix this and this and this. I don't know if it's a hot take, but I kind of hate when people do that. I'm gonna tell them I steal. That's fair. Oh no, the mixing ones are just kind of obnoxious as a first-time chatter. I don't know if that's like a hot take or not, but I think it's just like, bro, say hi. It was just like, you know what? One more time. Just one more time. Nice. Anyway. Not even high. Yeah, it's just like, I know it's a trigger for me. And not like a full-blown trigger, but it just like kind of activates my like pathological demand avoidance a little bit. And I'm just sitting here like, I'm not gonna fucking do it. But like most people don't have issues with people coming in for mixes, so I let it slide. I don't say much. Wham, wham, wham. Wham, wham, wham. You do it for a previous guy? No. I always leave immediately anyways. Oh, they do? There was one that did stick around, though. Probably because I was nice to him. Alright, let's change the game. You don't fucking care. Is there a reason I didn't use game capture for Schedule 1? I don't think so. Window capture was activated, but... Oh, there we go. Wham, wham, wham. Oh, my game capture isn't fit to my window. That's strange. I must click on transform. Why is it always transform? Why is it never sysform? Okay. It reminds me of those, like, those what Trump's executive orders sound like to me. And it's like, no more transportation, only male and female portation. And I'm just like, what the fuck, dude? It just reminds me of those. I know I have a lot of problems with that seating, so my solutions are to try and ask the streamer about a mechanic they might not be thinking about. If they're not super strict on the back seating rule, that can be fair. However, I like slamming my head into a wall sometimes. Like with Hollow Knight, I did ask Steel about it because I was like, you played Hollow Knight, right? He's like, yeah. I was like, am I missing like upgrades or something? Or am I supposed to be able to take care of these bosses without any upgrades right now? And he's like, oh, you should be able to get that guy like right off the bat. And I'm just sitting here like, I was not. So I guess it's a skill issue and I'm fucked. So, like, if I ask questions like that specifically, I'm fine with people giving me answers. But I want it to be in a way that doesn't, one, spoil it, or two, it doesn't take away my ability to slam my head into a wall if I so choose. Like, yes or no questions, or something that's really not super dependent on anything. But if people come in and volunteer information about something I'm doing, my brain goes through a few different cycles. One, I feel like you're telling me that what I'm doing is wrong. Two, I don't like being told what to do, which is why I don't have a hydrate or a snack redeem or anything like that. You know, honestly, I think those are the only two reasons. I just don't want to feel stupid, and I don't want people to tell me what to do. I think that was legitimately it. But we're pretty sure I have PDA, so I have a reason. So I try to be nicer about it when people make comments or say things or whatever. But also, like, I do have this one, like, the biggest thing that I can say to people who do, like, I understand, like, the self-control and everything, and, like, sometimes it's an impulse, because I get that way, too, so I'm not, like, judging anybody in the chat right now. But there are some backseaters that will literally kill themselves to tell you what you need to do when they got to enjoy the game in the comfort and safety of their own home without anybody watching. And they got to figure that stuff out on their own. So it's like, why would you want to deprive the streamer of that experience, you know? Like, that's my big thing with bad seating, is that if you just come in and it's like someone is spending like 15 minutes trying to solve a puzzle and you're like, oh, all you have to do is go back out and reset it and then go to the left, then I don't even want to keep playing it anymore. Because, like, I wanted to figure it out, damn it. Go fuck yourself, dude. Gonna use TTS to help with Lego. Yeah, that one sucked. I'm sorry. That's why, like I said, I try to be a lot nicer about it with people, because it's not their fault. They don't know. And, like, I don't think any of us, including myself, realize that we could backseat Legos. I don't think any of us really thought that you could backseat Legos. And then I was just like, just let me figure it out. It's okay. I got this. I like messing with the Legos, so, like, taking them apart if it's an issue isn't that big of a deal. But if it is something that's, like, catastrophic, if it's something that's like catastrophic that I'm probably not going to notice until it's too late, it's a 50-50 shot. Like if I'm only 2 steps ahead of it and you're like, bro, if you don't fix that, but I think there's a way you can do it. You can be like, hey, there is one piece that got messed up and you probably won't notice it until you're done. Do you want me to tell you what it is? Like, I just want to be considered, dude. I just want people to talk to me. I just want people to ask me, and I just want people to involve me in decision-making processes. Like, I just want to be able to, like... There's good ways to go about things. And that's not to say that, like, the way is bad. That's not to say that it was a bad way to go about it. It just was not good for me personally. And we learned. And I actually managed to snap out of it, and we managed to move on, and things got better after that. So it was kind of like a learning experience for both me and chat. So, you know, gotta be an asshole. Well, yeah, I don't think, you know, I don't know if anybody's truly been an asshole trying to backseat in this stream, honestly. Oh, yeah. I think so. Hey, peanut butter and raspberry is not my favorite, but it's food. And sometimes raspberries are just a little bit too bitter. If you don't fix, the Legos are gonna explode. Although I will say that this is really good for if you like raspberry, like in general, because it is still a little bit bitter. It just wasn't what I was expecting, so. But yeah, no, it's just like... I feel like we've gotten into a really good rhythm at this point where I'm doing a lot better about managing my tism and not taking things out on chat anymore. So like I am pretty proud of myself for that. But I also don't typically force myself to stream. Hi, YouTube Pisto. Did I miss anybody else in YouTube land? No, I don't think so. I'm trying to hurry up, sorry. Oh. There it goes. Okay. All right. I wonder how long I'll make it. Usually I crash before, like, usually I crash by like 10 a.m. So making it this far is kind of crazy. Like, usually I pretty much crash right at the 24-hour mark, but I was just like, took meds, dealt with some stuff. Anyway, God, is that the YouTube version of Pisto? Yes. Oh my God, is that the YouTube version of potato? Kill it. Okay. Fry it. How much weird shit? How weird do I want to get with my music today? Admit it. Let's say me the sexual band. Is that Newfound Glory, is it? Is it Newfound Glory? Maybe it is Newfound Glory, actually. No, not Newfound Glory. Admit it! Maybe it'll just pull it from my algorithm. Yeah, there it is. The song is just weird. Despite your pseudo-bohemian beliefs, you have nothing about the outer sex that you couldn't learn in a trendy New York underground fashion magazine. Typical non-performist, vacuous soldier at the thrift store, Gustavo. I used to listen to this while I would drive long distances, honestly. Sex! Analog, baby! You're so postmodern. These verses have to be passed. Offensive, don't stick your nose up at me, yeah! What do you have to say for yourself? Whoa! Whoa! Anyway. Whoa! Whoa! Pontificating to yourselves. I really want to listen to this, though. I do, however, want to listen to Non-Dairy Creamer again. And you can't stop me. Of quote-unquote normal people. Anyway. Maybe we just never get past the menu. No. KFC. Because it's not real chicken, which doesn't make any sense. Best mates a chicken. Did you ever think something new? The new live stream, yeah. Is a bigot and a liar. Opens fire. Heard any good jokes lately? Cause we sure do need them. So what's it gonna be? Non-dairy. Queemore. I figured out how to fix the UI not saving, by the way. If you do it in your save, it doesn't save it, and it's always going to default it to this. But if you do it in the menu, it does it across all your saves and everything. You don't have to keep changing it. So at least I figured that out. What are you so afraid about? So afraid of what's it gonna be? Are you real to me? Or are you non-dairy? Creamer. That's gonna be nice, yeah. Well, I don't know if it's convenient, but yeah. They bust to smithereens, just a couple queens. How did they do it? I'll tell you how. To an end. It's so young, gay Republicans. Young, gay Republicans. Republicans. Anyway. Hey, so I need this. Gonna be, are you real to me? Or are you non-dairy? Queemore. I thought the UI slider had to scale it all the way up one day, yeah. Non-dairy Queemore. And I can put bam. Accomplish. Bam. Bam. the pretty girls want to touch my banana. Oh gee. Alright. And then I have a packing station here. It's not gonna be mirrored. It's not gonna be mirrored, but I think it's fine. Bum, bum, ba-da-da-da. No, I don't like that. Could put seeds here, and then... Because that's like a metric fuck ton of seeds for just one shelf, honestly. I want to put it there, but it won't fucking... Wait. Oh! Wait. That actually might work. Oh my god, I'm genius. And then... I'm gonna sneeze. Bless me. I don't need those anymore. That goes into the mess station. That goes into the packing station. That goes into the packing station. I don't need these anymore. You're so smart. Thank you. I don't think I said hi to Lily. Hi, Lily. Okay. This should be fine. No. Soil then seeds. This is a weird transition. Not gonna lie. I read and retained some information about routers earlier from like the Slime VR server. And somebody started a conversation about it, trying to figure out something for their wireless network, because apparently 2.4 isn't always super stable. So there's some routers that it's literally only made to really maintain 30 minutes of connection, according to what I was reading in the Discord server. So I was like, okay. I was talking about it because the person asked the guy that was talking to them, they're like, so what exactly, can you like break this down for me? And so they took like more than 10 minutes, and so I was like, fuck it, I'll break it down because I feel like I can put it in simpler terms. So basically, you can take a router, you can technically chain routers together. However, they won't operate as... You have to classify them as an access point instead of a router. So you know those little mesh things that you can get to, like, those little pucks that you can get to put around your house to create a mesh network? It's a very similar concept, except instead of it being wireless, you're using wires to transport the signal from one router to another. You guys have a couple of those? Nice. So you can have two routers chained together, basically. So you have your OG router, and then you have your new router. If your OG router is like shit and ass at like 2.4, you get one that's great at 2.4, hook them together. So you take your Ethernet from your good router, or like your 5G router. You take a cable from that, run it to a second router, and then declare that router as an access point. And then you can either keep your cable plugged into the OG router, or you can plug it into the secondary router for your PC. And then you can use that second router as a dedicated VR router, which is really interesting. But they asked a question and they were like, so how do what do I do with my computer? And I basically answered like that. And I was like, don't quote me though, I'm just a girl. I was just like, don't quote me, I'm just a girl. Because I always, any troubleshooting that I take part in, I always say, like, please wait until someone else comes through to verify, because I'm still pretty new to this. I just retain knowledge really well. What in the daisy chain type shit is that? It's to create a dedicated router for VR trackers. Because it's 6 devices. Well, okay, 10. It's 10 devices that have to be connected to a 2.4 gigahertz bandwidth, because they don't do 5G. Well, 5 gigahertz. And not these Wi-Fi trackers. But what pisses me off is that they're coming out with trackers that don't need Wi-Fi. And I'm just like, you couldn't have fucking said that? I didn't realize that congestion was going to be such a big fucking problem that I would have to fucking deal with. Doing that should make it more stable, right? So if the second router is more stable and has better speeds for 2.4 gigahertz, then yes, it does make it more stable for VR tracking. However, if you have two routers that are shit at 2.4, then no, it's not going to do you any good. Me pretending to know what's happening. Do you actually want me to explain it to you? Because it's really not that complicated and I can simplify it. All you really need to know is what a router is. As long as you know what a router is, it's actually pretty easy to understand. I got you. Yeah. So there's a lot of routers that just aren't really capable of dealing with 2.4 on a consistent basis. If you're using them for like smart lights and your Nest and all that kind of stuff, then it's fine. I was messing around. Okay, that's fair. What is a router? I kind of sort of know what those are. If you're being serious, they're what gives you Wi-Fi. If you're not being serious, haha, checkmate. Okay. That should boss the beams internet? Yeah, basically. Surprisingly, I did understand. Yeah, it's not that bad. You just... Cable goes into modem. If you have a separate modem and router, or if you have... Sometimes routers and modems, especially lately, are built together. But if you have a lot of devices... Having 2 separate routers almost becomes necessary at some point, because basically the cable internet is way more stable. Like the Ethernet connection is way more stable than Wi-Fi. So what VR chat people end up doing is this isn't everybody, this is just whoever needs it, especially if they're like in a family home, so to speak, is they'll run one router to a second router with an Ethernet cable. And then that second router is only for VR trackers and only for 2.4 gigahertz. But it's a more stable router to handle 2.4 gigahertz, so you should have a better time with your VR trackers. I don't know. I saw somebody mention that one was like $30. I'm tempted to try it, because if I put a router in here that's just purely for VR and then Ethernet my PC to it, it really wouldn't be that big of a deal to install it. And then I can just like... I was going to say I could like appease Steel by unplugging it when I'm not using it, but that doesn't really make sense. That'd be a lot of work, because I'd have to unplug it from the router, put it back into my PC. Unless I ran a third Ethernet cable down this hallway. Just pray your machines scare it more. Yeah, it's magic, but the witches. Yeah, and that's crazy. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting, and so like it doesn't fix congestion issues because 2.4 typically only has 11 channels. I say typically. I have, unlike my Wi-Fi apps, I have seen it go up to like 13 and 14. But I don't know if that's actually something that can be accessed or not because no one else here has it accessed. And 11 is like one of the, it's 1, 6, and 11 are the 3 channels that you want to use if you're on 2.4. Because those are like your, I think they like allow more bandwidth to coexist, whereas the other channels are like, instead of 5 people being able to access 50 megabits per second individually, you got 5 people that can access 50 gigabit or 50 meds per second, and you're going to run out of it a lot sooner. It basically allows like multiple people to access the same network with less interference. It's interesting, and I am into it. And I did learn some stuff today, so that's kind of cool. 1, 6, and 11 don't overlap. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah. I'm on 11 right now because, dude, 1 was trash. My 2.4 Wi-Fi speed on my phone is 1.6 with congestion. On channel 11, it's 10 with an upload. It's like 10 to 20. And then the upload is almost 20. So the upload is way better. So I think my router just sucks ass, honestly. But yeah, I have to do some research into it because one, I don't want to, the warranty lasts forever on these. But if it's a me problem, it's not a warranty issue. But the whole point in getting them was that I didn't have to spend like $1,000 on Vive trackers. So I'm just sitting here like, I mean, $30 for a router isn't awful, honestly. So I'm like, I can live with that. But I have to get a $30 router, a cable, and then it's just a lot. It's kind of just a lot, dude. I don't know. It's just like, I don't know if I can safely recommend these trackers yet because I'm just like, the amount of people that are constantly in like the technical support channels and the forums, it's a lot. Because they're not just plug and play, but they have more, they can track better than Vive to a degree. It's not going to have the same like exact quality, but it's pretty close in quality, but it's not going to have blind spots. And like compared to the Mocopy, it's mostly just like, I forget to reset my tracking often enough with the Mocopy, so I end up looking like an eldritch horror like after 5 minutes, and I don't realize it unless somebody says something. Does the brand matter? I have an Asus one. I don't know if the brand matters. I think it has to be because most people are on 5G bandwidth. Like my computer is on the 5 gigahertz. Well, no, it's not on Wi-Fi. If I access the home network, I'm using the 5G for my phone, the TV, the streaming services, and stuff like that. Like my consoles would hook into the 5 gigahertz, the PCs would, my phones would, like that kind of thing. But my 2.4 is so atrocious that it's not usable to even watch like TikTok. Sometimes it's not even usable to just browse the internet. I did see somebody mention that they had an Asus. I think Spectrum is the biggest issue brand wise, But I'm pretty sure that Spectrum is an internet provider, an ISP. So unless you have them as an ISP, I don't think you really have to worry about it. But the 2.4 doesn't even work with my phone. I can't even scroll. Yeah, it's pretty bad sometimes. Yeah, it depends on the model, when it came out, like all that kind of stuff, honestly. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that, and then I can put ingredients and product all right here. I have anything left in my hands that... No. So... product. But yeah, I learned a lot about routers today, honestly. I don't know enough to give anybody advice on it, but it was pretty interesting. That'd be for seeds, and then I need at least 1 rack for product and 3 racks for ingredients. So I need 3 more for here. And then for final product, I kind of want to do maybe right here. I don't know. Final product is a bit touchy. I have plenty of space over here for final product. I'm sorry, I'm glad one of my friends works with internet stuff for a living. Yeah. Hi, welcome in. If I miss you as a first-time chatter, it's because I have to use multi-chat. So if I miss you, I'm sorry. But if you're new here, welcome in, and I hope you're having a lovely day. If you're not new here and you're coming back, welcome back, and I hope you're having a lovely day. I guess finished product could go... Yeah, I think it really matters, like, how quickly things are moving. Because, like, to get a 10 stack of meth, it would be, I think, 5, 10. I think it might take, yeah, 5, 10. Walk it here. Oh, I need another oven. And, okay, let's try to take this one step at a time for a second here. I don't want to keep the baggies, because they're just going to cause me issues. And then... Oh yeah, the jars can go in the packing... Well, because I think I'm going to move the packing station. I also might flip this around too. Because what if I just put all the final product in this corner so it can get packed? Oh wait, I know there's some video game logic involved, but does the packing station fit under the stairs? That's the door, you dumb bitch. No, it does not. You suck! You suck so hard, dude. That's so much... Yeah, let's flip that around, and then I can put 1 packing station, 2 packing station, and then I don't know. I think I'm spreading things out too much, honestly. I have to find a base building. Yeah, basically. Oh, did I? Yeah, that explains it. And then yeah. Damn it. I'm probably gonna leave. Let's just get rid of 1 slot here. Temporarily. So I can move this. And what I want to commit to... Yeah, I think this could work better, honestly. Because I can do chemistry station, oven, and then oven, chemistry station. I could actually... I kind of discovered Sleep Token fully whenever, I don't know, people are being weird about the Harry Potter Dementors, like when they go to Universal around Halloween time and then get like their like sexy TikTok hot masks. People realize they had a kink for people in masks. I don't know. That's what it basically boils down to. But people were like going to Universal and this part specifically was played over a lot of the videos. But they would take like slow-mo videos of the Death Eaters like walking the street. And then like people were really convinced that like the Death Eaters were playing into the like adult themes with like some of the like girls and stuff, but like I think we're just really fucked up and we just think anything evil is hot. Because like they weren't doing anything that like an evil Death Eater wouldn't have done, you know? Like we were making it sexy. Finding your kinks to Harry Potter or something, right? But yeah, basically like all these like women were going to like Diagon Alley to like get a wand to their throat and have somebody breathe down in their neck, and it was just like, girl. I think you discovered a kink. And I think you have a kink for masks. But they were so convinced that like the actors were in on it. I spaced out what? So this song in particular, this the reason I got like reintroduced to Sleep Token was specifically was it the song or the previous one? Did I fuck up? Did I already fuck up? Did I already fuck this up? This is one of them. But people were like basically going to Universal during the Death Eater situation. Yeah, give me a moment here. People were going to Universal, like thirsty Harry Potter women were going to Universal during Halloween because the Death Eaters were on patrol, and a lot of women apparently found out that they have mask kinks because these bitches were like leaning up against walls waiting for Death Eaters to like put their arms behind them and like hold a wand to their throat, like asking to see their like dark mark or whatever. And they thought that the actors were like playing into it because they were like, oh my god, they totally seen like book talk, they've totally seen like our videos about them. But it actually got to a really creepy degree because just like everything else, the horny women ruined the Death Eater. I don't think they actually fully ruined the Death Eater situation. I just know that they did have talks with the staff being like, be careful, guys. It's a kid's theme park, bro. Leave your kinks out of it. It's two adults. I don't know. It's a public place. They're doing their job. They're actors. Just because you think you have trauma and you think anything evil is hot doesn't mean you should put that onto people who aren't consenting. They were the horny women, basically. Those book talk girlies, they think they're cute, but they're not okay. They need help. They need to learn boundaries. Yeah, this part. Maybe not this part specifically, but this chorus part. But yeah, they were like using this to layer through their horny Death Eater TikToks. They're just pitiful and insane, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think it's hot, but like, I'm not gonna be like going to fucking Universal and be like, put your wand in my throat, daddy. That ain't happening. Want me, big boy. And there's no places to do stuff like that, like fucking Universal. Like, I like being a little scare roused. I'm not afraid to admit it. But it's just like, goddamn. But yeah, I keep seeing them now because I watched so many of the horny Death Eater TikToks before it got like out of hand and people were just like unsuspecting and didn't know any better. I watched a lot of them and then I stopped when it got creepy. But I could see Park in the middle of that. These bitches would wear like schoolgirl skirts and like tight fitted t-shirts and lean against walls and wait for a Death Eater to like sneak up behind them and put their arm like behind them and like whisper in their ear being like, show me your mark. And like don't get me wrong, it's kind of hot. It's kind of hot. Don't get me wrong. But not at Universal. To people who are on duty, working. Girly pop. But I think the most delusional part was when they started thinking that they were in on it. Like, they're like, oh my God, they've seen the TikToks. They know what they're doing. Not there. Yeah, exactly. They're like, oh my God, they know. They totally know. And it's like, girl, stop being delusional. Fuck. You look so fucking crazy right now. At a fetish party? Woman, they're working. Like, oh my God, they totally seen the TikToks. They know that I'm so aroused right now. I'll be like, okay. All right, girl. Maybe we take a breath. Maybe we just take a moment. Maybe we come back down to earth. Okay, but this... No, that's fair. Liquid meth. It's not gonna go on a line if I do it like this. Oh my God, this is why I can't do this shit, dude. Ooh. Because here's my fucking dilemma. Order of operations means that... Hell yeah, boy. Order of operations means that if I did it... Order of operations would be like ingredients, cook, bake, mix, 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 mix. Package, final product. However, if I start in this corner, then it has to be ingredients, cook, bake. And then it's just like, it's technically backwards.
Order of operations means.
It is killing me. I don't...
Aka 001, your brain seems as scrambled as your speech.
CV double
Yet another
speaks.
mystery of the universe.
He did not. Okay, cool. Thank you for the biddies. And the card checked out. It sounds, I don't know, the blah 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 blah. It sounds cute. Can you guys still sound sleep deprived? I feel like I'm hydrated now. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep burping. I'm sorry. Ooh, I forgot. I gotta call the vet. Oh, shit. Vet. Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry, dude. I see that. Like, oh, can you guys tell I'm still sleep deprived? And then I literally burp with no filter, and it's just like, oh, fuck. Not ready to chat. Also, keep your kinks here. No, bring your kinks here. Unless they're... You can mention your kinks, but don't engage in them. If that makes sense. Unless it made consent. I don't know. This is technically public. You're fine. Yeah. I'm going to... It should take me less than 5 minutes. I'm going to BRB for a second while I take care of this. I gotta schedule a Nocturne Sentinel. Which is way sooner than I thought it was going to be. I'm gonna try calling one more time. They didn't answer. I don't like leaving voicemails. They're 100% one. 100% kink. Trying to only talk when it rings. I'll try calling back in a little bit. Okay. Yeah, like burps, farts, burps, farts, armpits, boogers. You know those anime characters that have like the snot bubble hanging from their nose? Oh, people get off on that shit. Interesting story about how I know about the snot one. I used to follow... This is some deep cut lore, dude. I used to follow a creator with dissociative identity disorder, and their system started dating another system. And System B got canceled for aging up anime characters and cartoon characters and drawing them with their kink. And their kink was the snot stuff. Like sneezing and the snot bubbles hanging down from the nose and all that kind of shit. Yeah. There's some deep cut lore though. The channel name used to be Dissociated. It was supposed to be like a play on like dissociated. But yeah, that is how I know about that kink. I look over at the... Oh, somebody tapped me. Oh, okay. Nothing important. I think I'm going to have to start a forum thread, honestly. But I'm kind of waiting. I'm waiting on somebody to wake up. Your arms around me. Arms around me. Wait, this is Sleep Token 2? Jesus. Nice. Feet people look vanilla. No, feet kink is like one of the most vanilla kinks there is, honestly. Unironically. Feet kinks are pretty vanilla. Like, unless you start having the person step on you and like causing like bruises and like bleeding or whatever, it's a pretty vanilla kink, honestly. If you're armless, yeah, for the most part, they just want to look at your feet, admire your feet, maybe suck on your toes. Maybe you get a little steppies, but like, unless they're into like CBT or some shit, it's pretty vanilla. And if you just like the meme, I am not into feet, but I don't mind pandering. I 100% don't mind pandering because to me, again, like I know there's some people that are like really bad about feet, but like I'm fine with it as long as I control who it is. Cause like I used to have somebody that was a regular and they were like really into feet, but they were also into other things that were like less vanilla. And they started making like inappropriate comments towards me and not really taking no for an answer. So I banned them and I never talked to them again. But like Vil, and I don't know if Danny is or not, but Vil, Danny, and a couple other people, I 100% don't mind pandering. I don't give a shit. Y'all are respectful. I don't care. I kind of think it's funny. Not like funny and like a haha, you like feet, but like I think it's fun to engage in. But I'm not aroused by it in any way, shape, or form. Also, my feet are like horrifically ticklish, so if somebody tried to suck on my toes, I'd probably kick the shit out of them by accident. It would probably also very much overstimulate me to like a really high degree. So, yeah. It's just like, yeah. My feet, oh my god, my feet are so ticklish, dude. I play into it, but I honestly think feet are kind of gross. That's fair. There's more S&M material, yeah. But yeah, when the kicking and stepping and all that stuff goes into more S&M territory, that's when I'm just like, I'm not interested, I'm sorry. Like, I don't, it's very like similar along the lines of like somebody wanting you to like step on them or like kick them or CBT or whatever it is. And like, you just sit there and constantly tell them like, I'm a bottom dude. I'm a sub. I am not a dom. I am not a top. I don't have it in me to cause someone else pain. Like, I'm just, it's just like, well, what if you never try? It's like, I don't have to try it to know. Maybe nice and anime drawings, but IRL feet are sweaty and stinky and gross. That's fair. Mine are only that way if I wear shoes. And I leave the house like once a week at the most. So I take showers pretty consistently. There's a stepping on your back to align your spine. I like that. That's fair, but I don't think you're getting sexually aroused from it. And if you are, that's fine. I could just flip the weed situation and it would be fine. I'm making this too complicated. I hate myself, honestly. Anyways. I could... If there was enough space for somebody to walk in between here... Like, I know what I want to do with this. Oh, my feet aren't... Oh, my feet sweat constantly. Same with my hands. My palms get sweaty when it's warm and, like, I'm fidgeting and stuff a lot, but I don't think my feet sweat unless I have shoes on. Oh, my mama got me barefoot shoes. Like, they're the TISM shoes, basically. They were kind of advertised for people who are neurodivergent, and those are... I love those. I wear them all the time. And I can just fucking throw them in the washer, which is nice. Reject order, embrace spaghetti. No! I think I only get sweaty when I wear Crocs. Do you put them in sport mode? Or do you keep them in, like... everyday mode? About doesn't wear them most of the time. I mean, I don't personally think there's anything wrong with wearing Crocs. I just personally don't like the look of them for myself. Defense or attack mode? sport mode. So like the joke is that when the strap is not around your ankle, it's like casual. And then like if you need to put it into sport mode, you put the strap behind your ankle so the shoe doesn't like fall off or whatever. It was like a joke that was like trending back in the day, and it's like, hang on, let me put my Crocs in sport mode. So it was really dumb. It was really dumb, but I don't know, it's kind of funny. Where am I? Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, oven. See, I could put it... Because I think technically... I don't have a shelf. I'd have to get one. Hey, shelf, come here. You will not contain me, but I will contain you. Oh my god, that was the craziest part about like doing... Yeah, that's what I want. See? I kind of want that. Like, put one here and then one there. But I don't need to do it for this side because these would probably do better. Oven. Chemistry station. And then 1, 2. I can only fit 2 though. Is that the whole sport mode thing part of their official marketing? I have no idea. I thought that wasn't a joke. I have no idea. I know the people that were memeing it were joking, but I don't know otherwise. There's that, and then pseudo there. And there's this one. And put that in there. See, it would just be nice if I could put 3 shelves right here, but... Oh wait, does this actually work? If that works, that kind of makes a difference in this situation, but I feel like this could 100% go anywhere else. Anything is possible, yeah. Honestly. And I think this can work. And then... Ooh. Is that my pots? Is my pots being a little cunt? Anybody else getting like weird spam emails that you've never fucking heard of before? How bad is my heart rate? Well, my heart is actually fine. It's 90, but like... I mean, it's slowly going up. Oh my god, I had blood pooling in my fucking elbow yesterday. Because I like lean forward to like watch streams and stuff like that, especially like trying to mod into chat. I like looked over and my like whole like 4 inches above and 4 inches below my elbow and everything in between was like on fire. Like hot to the touch, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And it was red, and I was like, is this blood pooling? And so I held my arm up in the air, and like within like 10 seconds it was no longer red or on fire. So I'm pretty sure it was blood pooling. I'll check my spam. No, I'm getting, it's not in my spam folder. It's it's coming to my regular email, but I think I got one from like Trivia Daily or something. I don't know. Everybody I know got one from that. GAT Daily is also something I got hooked into somehow. Truthfully is another one of those. And then Athlon Outdoors. Like, none of these are like... The one that weirds me out is that I'm getting something about puppets. Perforce puppets? Puppet Enterprise Advanced just got better. What the fuck is this? Yahoo! Reduce risk with puppet. Is it like a... What the fuck, dude? I don't know. It's just annoying. Thank you for the follow. I'm sure blood pooling is fine. It is when you know why. I have a condition, so I usually the most I get with blood pooling is like my feet when I'm showering. Cause like what's funny is that like one of my friends asked me, cause I took like a selfie after the shower one day, and one of my friends was like, "Why is your skin so fucking red?" And I was like, "Oh, because I just got out of the shower." I thought it was fucking normal. No, it's not. I also have that graffiti thing, or that graphite condition, where like I can write on my skin with like my nails or whatever. And then I also have the thing where like, I think it's still blood pooling, but if you like press your finger to your skin and it turns white, and then it immediately, it like takes a minute for it to go back to like pink or red. I have that too, so. I just got a lot of shit going on, dude. But I think it's all from POTS. I think everything I just mentioned is literally all from POTS. So it's just one of those things I deal with. I am fine. It's just like if I trail off or if I struggle trying to say something, it's probably because my heart is trying to do its thing. Dude, just getting off the couch lately has been like throwing me into a flare, and it sucks. He's dying of ligma. Make sure you get it right. Especially right now, I keep getting lost. Keep getting lost in this little space, and I just fucking, dude. Okay. Am I ligma vaccine? I heard that needle is massive. Is it terminal? Unfortunately, no. Alright, yeah, this is the meth rack. Which my thought process is to put it here. Like put 2 here, maybe. Let me... I know I keep saying this, but it's gonna be a lot easier to imagine if I go get more equipment. And I beat all the police, so it's fine. I might run into customers, though, because I can still run into customers. Do I even... No, I ran out. Oh, shit. I wish it was terminal. Dude, I saw recently too, a lot of people end up getting ports for pot. One girl I watched, she ended up having to get a PICC line for her fluids because... Is it deep vein thrombosis, or it's like a blood clotting disorder that like every time she gets an IV, she gets blood clots. So they had to give her a PICC line. And she gets like semi-regular blood clots from it, and she has to be careful to like get her fluids. PICC lines are not what you want, though. They're really risky to have a PICC line, because they're more prone to getting an infection and getting sepsis because it's a direct feed into your veins. Whereas like I want a port which just goes under your skin. So, and also if I ever got a feeding tube, I 100% am not getting one that goes down my throat. I would rather die. And PICC lines are the riskiest, yeah. Which one do you have, by the way? Do you mind me asking? If you don't want to answer, you don't have to, but I'm just curious. But I guess I could use the mixing stations to like guesstimate. No, I'll just go get the fucking like shelves and equipment. It's fine. If I run into a customer, I can just tell them to fuck off. I can outrun them. I can fucking outrun those bitches. An injectable power port? Oh, I think I follow a girl on TikTok that has one of those. There's a little machine that pushes it into, it's similar to like having to do tube feedings and stuff, right? Where it like bypasses your stomach, or it goes directly into your stomach. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I don't know. No, that's like a J tube, isn't it? The one that goes into your stomach. I don't remember. I'm getting confused. But I do know that she uses one that has like a little machine. Wait, what? I think she has two. She has a port, but she also has full-blown gastroparesis, so her stomach is completely paralyzed. So she has this poor girl, she has to not only feed herself, but she has to drain and put her stomach through a rinse cycle to like get all the food out after she's done. But she does have a port, but it's a under the skin port that she uses for fluids, I think. And that has like a little machine that like forces it into her, I think. It's been a while. She runs around in like a crop top and capris because it like exposes her stomach, so she doesn't have to worry about her pants or anything like rubbing on her. Hang on. An injectable power port. Oh wait, port. Yeah, you said port. Okay, never mind. I'm an idiot. Sorry. I'm an idiot. Sorry. No, I know you don't. A port that's under the skin. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's what she's got. She's got both though, but. And the catheter is subclavian. Yeah. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah. Sorry, it took me a minute. It took me a minute. But there's like a little machine though, right? That like forces the fluid in, or no? Is that? Ugh. I don't know, for some reason I thought maybe you took fluids that way for some. I don't know why I was being so stupid. Again, sleep deprived. That's what it is. Let's do... I've listened to this for long enough at this point. Sorry, I feel like I shouldn't be asking you so many questions about this. I'm sorry. That's why I always like make sure like you don't have to talk about anything you don't want to. I'll listen to this for a minute. No, it's just there, no mechanisms to support. Heard in catheter and header needle that goes into it. Oh, okay. So yeah. Okay. The power part confused me. Sorry. I think she has to use a machine to kind of force liquids because I think her fluids. I think she does fluids in two ways. She does the subcutaneous fluids, but then she also does. She has to go through that rinse cycle with her stomach, so she has to do both. So like some things she forces through with like injections, like not like a needle or anything, but with like the feeding tubes. Or not feeding tubes, but like feeding, like food port tubes, the giant, like they're made to push through food supplements. It bothered me, I wouldn't answer, that's fair. You're also running on no sleep. You don't get apologies for anything, that's fair. I honestly though, I genuinely am starting to think that like I am like medical stuff and mental health might be a special interest of mine. And I think it's born out of necessity. Just like feed tubing and tech and stuff, like I think it's like I knew you were gonna fucking pop up, bitch. Okay. I knew she was gonna fucking show up. But you know, I want to be like as informed as possible for my own doctor's appointments, and then like, because the more info that I'm learning and the more that I'm getting out there and like actually reading about, the more I'm realizing that like I need assistance in different ways than most people would. Oh my god, will you sell these? Please, for did I? Is it because I didn't price them? Is that what it was? It kind of needs to be, yeah. You're just now starting to realize that? No, it's just like I feel a little bit more comfortable saying it. Oh yeah, I'm going to the warehouse. I feel a little bit more comfortable saying it because like psychology used to be like, I don't know. I don't want to learn to be a psychologist or anything, but I am incredibly fascinated and I try to be as knowledgeable as possible about mental health, and I'm going to sneeze at some point soon. And medical stuff and stuff, because it's just like, one, it's stuff I have to deal with, but two, it is very interesting. And it's interesting to talk about. All right, what's in here? The second oven, in the chemistry station, in the okay, so I just need the shelves. Which... There's still millions of things we don't know about how the brain works here. Very important. I try to be, but I also have to. But like my doctor told me, he's like, careful, you know, like don't let other doctors know that you know so much. And I'm like, that kind of sucks. They don't sell storage racks here, do they? That sucks, big anime titties. Oh, can I relocate my workers from here, actually? Or do I have to rehire them? Do I have to dismiss the employees? Or can I just relocate them? How does that work? Oh my god. If you're not researching your conditions and the ones related to it, then you're doing yourself a disservice. How can you advocate for yourself, or the doctor is wrong and you haven't done enough research to know that the doctor is wrong? Yeah. And then there's also like a really big issue with like a lot. It sucks, but there's a lot of people that take advantage of the fact that like POTS and other syndromes and circumstances aren't as well researched, and that people who have those conditions are desperate for help and assistance. Also, I want to talk about SIBO in a second. People are desperate for help and assistance, and they want to feel better because it's debilitating and they're not getting enough relief. But then like, oh my god, you're still alive. But then honestly, the issue that starts to happen is they end up seeking answers any way, shape, and form they can. And unfortunately, a lot, I don't know if it's all, but a significant amount of functional medicine doctors, which I just learned about recently, a considerable, did you guys respawn? Oh, because I saved an Etsidode. You know, that's fair. But a lot of functional medicine people are scammers. And they just want to take all your money. So they'll tell you that they can help you. Like, they're like, oh, does your doctor just say that you need to drink more water and that your dysautonomia isn't curable and like you just need to intake more salt and electrolytes and blah, 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 blah. Then let us help you. And it's just like, that's not how this works. There's a lot of functional medicine doctors that are scammers. And then speaking of SIBO, buy my supplements. Yeah, that's part of it. But speaking of SIBO, it seems that, do you guys, okay, we're not going to get into the topic, but do you guys understand what religious psychosis is? That's like the best way I can parallel this. If you don't, religious psychosis is basically like the people that like have like addictions or something, which is why there's like some issues with like AA and NA. Religious psychosis is basically like, I had a friend that went through it, so I can give a direct example. I had a friend who had a porn addiction, or at least they thought they had a porn addiction. I don't know if they actually did, but I was like, did you actually have an addiction, or was it just a sin? And he's like, it was affecting my daily life. And I was like, okay, so it was addiction. He's like, yeah. And I was like, okay. That's a good comparison. Yeah, so I'm going to get there with SIBO, but because it seems like it happens with people with SIBO too. But religious psychosis is basically like finding religion completely changed your life, and now everything you do revolves around religion. Like, to the point of it almost becomes your new addiction. Honestly, it kind of becomes your new addiction. So a lot of people, let me adjust the volume on this, I'm sorry. So a lot of people go through religious psychosis, especially like either they're after battling addiction, because a lot of like AA programs or addiction programs encourage you very strongly, or they find it mandatory for you to put your faith into a higher being, because, which unfortunately is flawed. I love talking about this stuff, and I'm so sorry if I offend anybody. I'm not trying to. But what ends up happening is that if you put your faith in a higher power, there's a few different things that can happen there with addiction, which is why a lot of people are advocating to pull religion out of addiction programs, because you really should be trying to get better for yourself. Because if you get better for yourself, it's a more stable, it's a more, like, you're always going to be there for yourself, you know? Like, you're not going to let yourself down, in a sense. You might relapse or whatever, but, like, if you learn to do something for yourself, it's like someone who is suicidal, telling them to, you know, think of your kids, or, like, think of your family. Like, that is a temporary Band-Aid. That's what I'm trying to say. So, with addiction, religion is also a temporary Band-Aid. However, now you have the added pressure and stress of letting a higher power down if you relapse. So that's why there's a lot of people that are trying to like restructure a lot of these addiction programs, because they're like religion based. And they don't really give you a choice if you don't want to put your faith in a God. Specifically Christian faith, which is where a lot of this comes from. And like, I don't think there's anything wrong with religion as long as you're like, you know, taking care of yourself and your family, and you're not being a cunt. But I don't really care what you believe. I don't care what you believe. I don't care who believes what. It doesn't matter. Everybody's safe here. It's just like, you're not really safe to talk about it though, because we don't want to talk about religion in a specific sense. Talking about religion in a general sense, I'm okay with. But we're also not going to shit on religion. We're not going to like judge people for being religious, like none of that. However, back into religious psychosis, what ends up happening is that a lot of these people, specifically my friend who went through it too, they end up putting all of their faith into God in this specific instance. Else one unanswered prayer and something bad happening, so it can break them entirely. Yeah, so it's like a very fragile system to have someone put their faith into. Excuse me for saying this, because unfortunately it's not tangible, and I'm saying this very loosely because it's not tangible. They can't get the dopamine, they can't get the serotonin, they can't get the positive feedback that they could if they were either putting their faith in themselves or if they were putting their faith in somebody else. So for all intents and purposes, putting your faith into an imaginary being, and I'm saying this very loosely, I'm saying all religion, because we're not going to get into topics about this, right? General sense. Putting your faith into a non-tangible being doesn't give you the same ability to pull yourself out of dark situations. Some people need to. Some people need faith in order to live for tomorrow. And that's okay. But where it gets into a religious psychosis standpoint is like my friend in particular that I used to have, is that he started getting it became his new addiction, basically. It's like he replaced one with another. It's like replacing cigarettes with chewing gum or cigarettes with nicotine patches. It's a replacement. It's not a cure. Unfortunately applies to my brother. Yeah. And it is very hard to deal with because it's like, it can push you away because it is genuinely just a new addiction. And so with religious psychosis, what ends up happening is that like their whole world and their whole life starts to revolve around religion. And there's a difference between like being religious and being in a religious psychosis. It's inherently unhealthy and fragile. Yes. So the big issue is that like it genuinely became his new addiction. And like it was sweet and it was wholesome, like saving yourself for marriage. And at first it was, saving yourself for marriage. And like he didn't just become a Christian, but he turned to religion to save him from his porn addiction. And so what ended up happening and what really burned a lot of his bridges in the end was the LGBTQIA+. Because he was one of those that got so head deep into it that like he is one of those people that was like, hate the sin and not the person. But being LGBTQIA+ is part of who you are as a person. It's not your entire personality. And it does kind of, it's the same with like it's the same parallel that I say with autism. It's like, is autism my entire personality? No. But it did make me who I am today. And a lot of my autism symptoms are why I am the way that I am. Because for me personally, my brain is legitimately wired differently. And so it's one of those things where like, he turned his like entire faith into the religious psychosis, and like he did mission work. He went to Haiti to build houses and like do mission work over there. And like he was really involved in a church, and like out of context, none of this really seems that bad. But considering that a significant amount of his friends were LGBTQIA+, my coworkers almost at that point. Yeah, it's very hard to watch because you lose the person that you used to know and be friends with. And in their head, they're becoming a better person, and you're working for Satan to bring them down if you have any criticism whatsoever about it. And so when it started to get to the point where he was like having some very strong opinions about like, he had very strong opinions about marriage, like specifically divorce. Divorce is out of the question. Even if your partner is abusive, then like you stay legally married to them, but you live separately. And I'm like, what the fuck? And like, but like it was what he declared as a sin. He was against divorce, even in really bad topics. He was really against abortion, which, to be fair, I was raised in a very conservative area, so like most people were against abortion. How did you know I was on Satan's payroll, though? Oh my god. But yeah, so he just started going like really off the deep end, in the sense that like it just became his whole life. Like he was going to become a preacher, which like, again, there's nothing wrong with a lot of this stuff out of context. But it was taking up his entire life. It was pushing him away from his friendships that he had had since he was in fucking like first grade or middle school. And he was surrounding himself with confirmation bias and people who would feed into that. And so it became to like a really strong point, because I think like I had decent conversations with him about stuff too. I'd be like, I just can't be religious anymore. Like I've tried, like I grew up Christian. And so it's just like something about when I turned 18, I just could not do it anymore. Like I had a slow fade with Christianity. But like that's religious psychosis basically, is like when people, especially like the protesters who go to pro-life, the people that like go to other countries and like try to shove the Bible down people's throats, like that kind of stuff. It's religious psychosis. Again, out of context, not so much, but like the speaking in tongues and like the going to protest and like all that kind of stuff is like, if your whole entire life revolves around religion, it becomes a religious psychosis. It basically becomes its own addiction. And this leads into SIBO, which is small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. Most kids raised that way do once they hit 18 and they go off into the world. Yeah, I didn't have to go very far. I just, left my bedroom and I was like, yeah, I'm good. I was like, but I want to have sex. I'm more of a fanatic, I suppose. Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's like, it's very similar to like what we're seeing with, again, we're not getting into specifics. We're not going to talk about it. But it's a very similar situation to what we saw with this last election. A lot of people were in that like almost psychosis state. And then a lot of like, even a lot of people from the January 16th incident, like a lot of people realized while they were in jail, like that they lost their marbles and they found them again. Woke up one day and was like, yeah, I'm done. I was gonna say, I'll wait on the SIBO stuff. We'll just keep talking about this for a minute. But yeah, it's just like, you're just replacing one thing with another and it becomes too much for a lot of people. And it takes a lot for people to realize what exactly they put themselves through. And it's hard to see once you're in it because like, I mean, logistically, how would you, It's gonna bug me, but what I kind of want to do is have this off-centered so that I can have that space, so that they can have that space to walk in between and put the product here. So it's like, let me know when the ads are done, by the way. Like, how would you guys be able to tell me? I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, so it's a lot of, there's one particular one that like was part of the January 16th or the January 6th January 6th situation. She went to jail. She got therapy. She got fucking therapy, dude. And she realized that she was in a type of, I don't want to say psychosis because I don't know for sure because like she went through her own mental health journey, but she realized she had lost her marbles and she felt incredibly remorseful for it and was a completely different person. Centered ruined. I have mixed feelings about it. I have mixed feelings about it. I don't know. Ooh, actually, I guess I could still have it centered, but what I could do is actually have it to, because the shelf will fit right here. Oh, that's an oven. Shit. See, this is where I get torn because there's a difference between mirrored and order of operations. Order of operations, this would be on the right. Mirrored, it would be where it is now. So this is where I get fucked. A good ending for that person. Ads are done. What I missed? Nothing. I made sure not to talk about anything important. I just said that I further discussed the January 16th girl, where she realized that she had kind of lost her marbles after getting therapy in jail. And when she got out of jail, she was like, whoa, I really fucking lost it, dude. It can be a very similar experience. And like, I know like my family in particular, again, conservative family, I'm not conservative. I align myself centrally, but I don't discuss politics because like, I very gently discuss politics. Gently. I will say like the headlines or the topics or whatever, like abortion. Like I will say like, oh, this person was like really for abortion or really against it. I won't personally like give my opinion because like I don't want to start a political debate. I don't want to start shit. So I'm like very gentle if I ever mention politics at all. Cults always get popular for a reason. It's easy to stop thinking for yourself and get swept up in a crowd or government, whether it's with religion, politics, or some other idea. It all creates fanatics. Yeah. And like it's important to remember that everything is a spectrum. And like well, what we mostly hear about are the fanatics. They are actually the minority in a lot of these situations. What is sleep? Good question. Can you explain it? It's something that constantly misses me. So I avoid that talk as much as I can. Yeah, which is, I'm mostly just using it as an example. I'm not using it as something we're gonna have a discussion about. Shit like this, you end up in a state where people can point out shit you've done and gaslight yourself into not being true for some weird excuse. Yeah. And it also like happens a lot with like narcissists too. Like, it's not always a psychosis. Sometimes like a lot of cults get started because of narcissism. Because you got to be charming, charismatic, and know what the fuck you're doing if you're going to run a cult. You can't just like decide to run a cult one day unless you have like the characteristics that are going to make are going to make people like believe in you. Like the homeless guy on the street corner, or at least the guy pretending to be homeless on the street corner. The homeless guy on the street corner holding up a sign that says the end of times is coming is not going to start a cult. There are normal, good people caught up in those things. Yeah. Let's start a cult. Honestly, my cult would be really chill. But to get into the SIBO situation, and I don't know if anybody else has noticed this, particularly like Nate, because he's, you know, chronically ill girly, just like me, for real, for real. But not this specific creator, but just like the topic in general. I came across a creator that has SIBO, but she had the butterfly rash and a lot of the symptoms that I have that were like completely unexplained, and we don't have a diagnosis for yet. Idol culture is kind of a cult to a degree, but the idols aren't the ones in control, which is the wacky part. So SIBO, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, is a condition that you can get. It's not curable. It's not reversible. I think you can go into remission because I think it might be one of those conditions that flares. Similar like gastroparesis can flare. Like you could digest food perfectly fine for 6 months and then wake up one day and gastroparesis is just like, you thought you were going to eat cereal, bitch. And then it sits in your stomach for 12 hours. That's kind of what I'm kind of in that limbo of waiting to see if my gastroparesis symptoms come back or not, so we can find out if it's a chronic issue or if it was just a one-time thing because of the laparoscopy that I got. But basically with SIBO, I've noticed a trend, unfortunately, but I found this creator when I was going through a lot of my medical stuff, and like she didn't have any of the answers and she was on a journey, and I was like, oh my God, perfect. If she figures out what's going on with her, I might have a clue to look into what's going on with me. You take a specific antibiotic to help with it, but there's no cure. Yeah, and even that's not a 100%, and not for everybody. But she has SIBO, and she went through this kind of situation where she's like, I got this butterfly rash, my ANAs are negative, like blah, blah, blah. But also like not so fun fact, you can get a butterfly rash and your ANA markers for lupus won't show it. It can be like 2 years. I've seen stories of people finding out that they had lupus like years after the butterfly rash like first appeared. And I tried moisturizers, I tried antihistamines, I've tried everything I can possibly do over the counter to get rid of my quote unquote butterfly rash, and it just will not go the fuck away. So I don't know if I have lupus or not, and I guess we just gotta wait a couple of years and see. But she started, like, she's on her journey and everything, and she's like, so I'm getting this lab work done, and it sounded like she was working with a legitimate doctor, and I was like, okay, cool, like whatever she goes through, I can see if it helps her or not, and then I can try to like address to see like if I want to try those tests too. Well, it goes fine, and she like gets some blood work done, and like that's when she got like her lupus blood work and everything done, and it came back negative and like some other stuff, and so I was like, okay. So I was like, all right, that's fair. So I was like waiting to see like what answers she came up with and what she found, so that I could try to get like pointed in the right direction and like talk to some specialists or whatever I need to do. And so I started watching her content, and I really enjoyed it. And I was like, she's, you know, somebody's going through the same shit. And then she finds out she has Lyme disease, and I'm like, well, I've tested negative for Lyme disease for like the last fucking 5 years. So that's not me. MCAS can give you what resembles a butterfly rash because of the flushing that happens in your face, which is what I thought was causing it at first. I think you can get it with SIBO because of the overgrowth of bacteria. And then there's, of course, lupus if it's an actual, I think it's actually called a mylar rash or a malar rash, but it's only treated with steroids. And no amount of like moisturizing antihistamines or anything is going to get it to go away. So I was like, okay. And then, basically I kept consuming her content and like watching her videos, and like she started talking about going through diets of like no added sugar. And she's like going off about like, oh my God, my body is craving sugar so badly. And it's like, I'm just sitting here eating these like berries and like, it's just not doing it. It's like, that's still sugar, you dumb bitch. It wasn't no added sugar, it was no sugar. Maybe, no, it was no added sugar. It was no added sugar. And I'm just like, me and like 10 other people were like, you realize that sugar is sugar to your body, right? Like carbs break down into sugar. Other things have sugar in them that are natural sugars, but your body still treats it like sugar because it's fucking sugar. And so I was like starting to get a little bit weirded out, and I was like, this is going into a direction I'm not sure I like. And then like she started having somebody, this person was like going absolutely nuts. They were like demanding that she tried ivermectin cream on her face to get rid of her butterfly rash. And I was like, okay, I think I'm on the wrong side of TikTok. Oh, my tracking died. I just gotta unplug my phone and let it cool off for a few seconds. And so I'm sitting here like, ooh, I'm on the wrong side of TikTok, aren't I? And then she started talking about functional medicine doctors, and I was like, And then she started talking about like another diet. And then she started talking about something else. And then she's like, and I didn't know any better because I also looked into getting a mold toxicity test when I was living in mold, because I was living in mold. So I was like, well, I need it. If I'm being constantly sick from the mold, then I need to get help for it. Not the heart. Yeah. Which apparently is banned in Canada, I think. But I was just like, okay. I think I'm on the wrong side of TikTok. However, I'm gonna follow through with this and see. I think this was a long con, by the way. I genuinely do. I think this was a long con. But I was just like, I'll keep following her. If she finds out what's wrong with her from all this testing, like maybe I can figure out what's wrong with me. And then she started getting really hung up on the mold. And she's like, so my doctor ordered this mold test for me, and it's a mold toxicity test that like anybody can order. And she spent $500 on it, did the mold toxicity test. And then you know how there's those food sensitivity tests that like you either spit or like pinprick your finger onto samples? But they said like the saliva food sensitivity tests are actually really inaccurate because it's going to come back saying that you're sensitive to all the foods that you regularly eat because those enzymes are in your saliva. I think ivermectin is banned for human use in Canada, but I can't remember. Don't quote me. But I just saw somebody saying, oh, darn, it's banned in Canada. I can't get it here. So I don't know. I don't know what the actual story is there. But I was like, I'll wait it out. I'll wait it out. And she's like, so I did my mold toxicity test. Let's see how it goes. And again, at this point, I'm like, oh, maybe like I'm still dealing with mold here. Like maybe there's mold here too. I don't know. Not banned here for human use. Oh, okay. So maybe I was wrong. I think it was specifically ivermectin cream. I don't know. Something was banned involving ivermectin in like Canada or something. But basically, she was just like, my tracking is about to come back. There we go. But basically, it was just like, ivermectin, I think, is just a horse. Yeah, but it's a specific, something that was specifically made for humans to use is banned in Canada, I think. Which is why I'm saying ivermectin cream. Of a drug for deworming, there are lower amounts that are made for people. I think it's really like prescription medicine, which is why they all took the fucking horse dose. Yeah. It's only illegal to advertise or sell a drug in the false, misleading, and deceptive manner. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. See, I don't... It should be fine. It should be fine. Anyway, so yeah, basically, she's like talking about this mold toxicity situation. I was like, oh, interesting. I wonder how that's gonna come back. And it's very similar to the food sensitivity test. And I don't know if anybody else really knows this, but I'm pretty sure you constantly have mold in your system because there's mold everywhere. It's fungus, and fungus is everywhere. You're breathing it in. It's probably on some of your food. All that kind of stuff. Like, but typically the only real funguses you ever really hear about for humans and like mold issues is like black mold for obviously like severe respiratory situations, and ringworm, which, if you don't know, isn't actually a worm. It's actually a fungus, which can be seen under a black light, which is really cool. Let's go. But so the issue with SIBO patients that I'm starting to notice are specifically like SIBO influencers, if you even want to call them that, is that what ends up happening is they seem to go through something very similar to a religious psychosis because they're so desperate for an answer and they're so desperate for a cure. They seem to be a little bit more desperate than like those of us with POTS or other things. Cause like, yeah, we get dizzy, we get lightheaded, we faint. Like a lot of people, like something about SIBO, and I can't even really tell you because I don't really know the full extent of the symptoms, but it's mostly digestive, obviously. But a lot of people with SIBO end up going over the deep end trying to find relief. And there is a second story that goes along with this. It involves Dawn Power Wash. That bitch is back. But basically she's like, I got my mold toxicity test back. And it's like, it showed me in the red for 5 molds and then in the yellow for like 3. And then the rest of them are fine. And I'm sitting here like, oh, I know where this is going. I know what this is. And the second she got those results, she automatically blamed all of her problems on it. She's like, I finally have answers. I found the solution to all my problems. It's mold. That's my problem. I gotta get my house checked. And then I have to like, if it has mold, I have to move and like blah, blah, blah. And I'm just sitting here like, I don't think you guys really understand how mold toxicity works. Like you do have to actively be living in it. But there is, I think it's a supplement. There is a supplement / medication that you can take. I think it's both. I think you have to get a specific form of it in medication form in order to actually have it eradicate the mold in your body. But if you have actual mold toxicity, it's typically like upper respiratory symptoms, like difficulty with breathing and sinuses and allergy symptoms and like really severe symptoms that are respiratory, like you would get from black mold. And this bitch is like, oh my God, my SIBO, I finally figured out what caused it. It was the mold. And it's like, oh my God, no, that's not how this works. And I'm just like, she's like, oh, like, and then somebody was like, oh, what symptoms did you experience to make you get a mold toxicity test? And she's like, so here's all the symptoms that are from my mold toxicity. And it was like headaches, which I'm going to be honest, I think that mold toxicity is the new candida overgrowth. Maybe she really likes to eat fuzzy food. I think that so I unfortunately fell prey to the candida overgrowth diagnosis when I was younger and trying to figure out my allergies. So candida overgrowth is one of those things that it's basically like the overgrowth of yeast in your body. And it's one of those diagnoses that most doctors are not going to do. Because it's still very controversial as to whether or not it's an actual thing or not. So it's one of those things that's very controversial. And if you look up the symptoms for candida overgrowth, or you get like the little pamphlet that like my doctor gave me, it literally is a list of 20 goddamn things that could be wrong with you. And it's always the same things. And that's why I'm saying that like, I feel like mold toxicity is the new candida overgrowth / the new histamine intolerance situation, because it all has the same symptom list: headaches, fatigue, drowsiness, indigestion, heartburn, joint pain, asthma. I don't know, fucking dude. Digestive issues, lactose intolerant. Like, it's all just a giant list of like everything you could possibly think of being wrong with you that doesn't have a blunt explanation. So I was basically, there is some validity in it. There's some validity in mold toxicity. There's some validity in candida overgrowth. There's some validity in histamine intolerance. However, a lot of it's down to a process of elimination. And specifically with mold toxicity, it's typically like, oh, you're living in a house with black mold. Of course you're sick all the time. And so it's one of those things of like, the treatment is a hoax. The actual people experiencing symptoms aren't. Yeah, so like, but the diagnosis can also be a hoax. So a lot of like functional medicine doctors will blame histamine intolerance, candida overgrowth, and mold toxicity on all your problems. It's like, oh, that's the answer for all your problems. And it's like, well, what do we do to treat it? And it's like, oh, just like get out of that environment, or like do XYZ, go on an elimination diet. And it's like, but there's actual medication for these conditions. Histamine intolerance is still very heavily like controversial and debated. Because the issue with histamine intolerance is that it's identical. It is identical to MCAS in its symptoms, which is mast cell activation syndrome. It's identical in its symptoms and almost its treatment for the most part. But it's a complicated situation. But it's people with something else going on that have the symptoms of X thing, and then lazy doctors just diagnose you with that because it's easier than actually figuring out what's going on. Yeah, and then they just tell you like, oh, just like alter your diet and it'll solve all your problems. And it's just one of those things. I got blood work back that said I had candida overgrowth. And to be quite honest with you, now that I'm older, I know that was bullshit. I might have an overgrowth of candida in my system, but it's not causing my symptoms. And the amount of stuff that I went through trying to home remedy it was kind of wacky. I tried to eat raw garlic by the spoonful because I was told by the internet that that would kill the candida in my intestines. So I was like, fuck it, we ball. But like a lot of times these people are so desperate because they're going through the headaches, the migraines, the fatigue, the indigestion, the like loose stool and like all this other shit for like months, years, and they're desperate for an answer. So the doctor's like, oh, if you just change your diet, you'll be fine. And like they might get some relief from diet changes. Because if you like inflammation, for instance, like joint pain and inflammation, if you stop consuming gluten, it doesn't aggravate your inflammation as much as if you were consuming gluten. So if you eliminate gluten from your diet, you're going to feel somewhat better. Just stop eating food, basically. So it's one of those things where like that's where kind of like the confirmation bias comes into play, because it's like, oh, you have candida overgrowth, just stop eating gluten because carbs turn into sugar. Like go for like simple carbs, whatever, blah, 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 limit your sugar, blah, 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 because yeast feeds off sugar. And so it's like, okay. And then like you stop consuming gluten and it's like, wow, I do kind of feel better actually. Replace gluten with glue. We're back on that ivermectin thing again. But it's one of those things where, like, so the SIBO patients that I've been seeing specifically on TikTok, she just like full sent like into mold toxicity that she had to pay $500 fucking for to piss into a jar and mail it to some lab for them to see what molds her body was excreting. And we don't know. There's like places around here that do like those things where it's like, oh, we do like blood work or whatever, and then we'll like give you a supplement plan based on your blood work. Or like if your estrogen or testosterone or hormone levels are off, like we'll give you supplements based on your hormone levels. And they do it for POTS too. It's like, if you come see us, we'll help you like come up with a treatment plan. And it's mostly like a bunch of bullshit, because they're like, if actual medical doctors have the best resort to be heart and blood pressure medicine, extra sodium, staying hydrated, and consuming caffeine is the treatment for POTS from medical professionals that do believe in the diagnosis. We're talking about ones that actually believe in it. Then like, what the fuck else is a functional medicine doctor, specifically the POTS chiropractor bitch that we saw on TikTok that one day that I told you guys about? Get my hands on some nice female urine. But it's just like that, like POTS chiropractor, like bitch, it's always chiropractors. I swear to God, chiropractors are like, it's such a toss up if you find a good one or not, but like chiropractors are wacky. But she's just like, oh my God, yes, like mold toxicity, that's the answer to all my problems. That's what's causing me all my symptoms. And then somebody asked her, they're like, so now what's the next step? And she's like, oh, I gotta test my house for mold. And if I have mold in my house, then I have to move and detox my body. And me and my fiance aren't gonna be able to live together for a while, and blah, 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 blah. And then like, I just have to wait like 6 months to a year or something to detox. And then like, do XYZ. And it's like, bitch, if you had actual mold toxicity in your body, there is medication for it. I'm gonna strangle that motherfucker. I can cure all your problems if I just break your spine and don't even get, yeah. Because like a lot of people with POTS, like, well, not as much anymore because of COVID, but a lot of people with POTS have Ehlers-Danlos. And if they go to a chiropractor, it can cause permanent damage. So it's just like, My mom is very lucky that she found a chiropractor that actually deals with hypermobility and understands what it is. And so he does a different technique with her to make sure he doesn't injure her. So I'm like, oh, thank God. Living in a house with mold is generally a bad idea. Yeah, that too. Like, you're just leaving your fiance there? Like, bro. But I don't know, dude. It's like, here's the thing too. Like, if you had mold toxicity and you and your fiance are in the house just as much together, don't you think your fiance would have mold toxicity too? Like, don't you think like you would see some similar symptoms in your fiance? But like, she literally lists like her symptoms for like SIBO and potential MCAS and like everything else as like a reason she got a mold toxicity test. Right? Like, a mold toxicity is like mostly in your respiratory tract. Like, it's not gonna cause SIBO. That's not how that fucking works. Your plan is to kill him and blame the mold. I don't know, dude. He'll be fine. So the reason I'm saying this though is that like the religious psychosis part, because there's a second story about a different girl. But this girl in particular, I just had to keep scrolling, dude. She's also really bad about making videos in responses to comments, and I don't like people like that. I don't like those people. But like, it's one of those things of like, she went into the deep end of being like, oh my God, it's mold toxicity, guys. I figured it out. It's the answer to all my SIBO problems. I found my root cause. And I'm just sitting here like, no the fuck you didn't, you dumb bitch. And it's like, I don't want to be that person that's like, haha, you think you found relief, but it turns out you're actually an idiot. But like, it's spreading a lot of misinformation and it's harming other people who are going through those conditions because now they're going to go down that route. And then the second story that goes with this is like, I think I told you guys about this, but Sibo wasn't a part of it at the time. There was a woman, and we made fun of her in chat, I'm pretty sure. If not, you and me, like you guys and me, it was at least me and Seal. But, I saw this creator either a year or two ago, and she made a video, and it's a very generic video, so you know it's one of those videos where like she could have put anything in there. And she goes, if you use this common household cleaning product, throw it away. And it was Dawn Power Wash. And she's like, I was getting so sick, like me and my family were getting so sick for like weeks, and like we could never figure out what it was. And then like we stopped using Dawn Power Wash because we read this confirmation bias article on Google, and it said that Dawn Power Wash is bad. And she goes to describe, and this is the part where I'm so glad I have a memory like this. She goes to describe it, and she's like, so we were like spraying it and then like wiping it off and stuff like that, and just eating off of our dishes. And it's like, bitch, did you miss the rinse part? Did you miss the part where it says spray, wipe, and rinse? Men are statistically more resistant to mold. Oh. And I'm just sitting here like, so I left a comment, I think back then when the video first popped up, and I was like, so you didn't rinse it? And I don't think she ever answered. And I was not the only person that was like, so you just got sick because you were not following instructions. And she's like, no, guys, I know what I'm doing, blah, blah, blah. We throw it away. It's dangerous. It makes you sick. It made us sick. And it's like, yeah, of course, like consuming soap is going to make you fucking sick, bitch. So I was joking. That's why I added, yeah. Oh, don't take me seriously. I was joking. Oh, that's fair. But I was like, okay. If you need instructions for that, you're cooked. To be fair, I do think like, because it was like average, it's one of those things where it's like spray, wait 5 minutes, wipe it off, and then rinse it. Which I'm going to be honest, why are you wiping it off when you're going to rinse it? What I actually do is if I have like stubborn dishes and stuff like that, I'll spray it with the Dawn Power Wash and I'll let it sit for like 5 or more minutes. And then I come in with a fucking sponge or a brush or some sort of cleaning object, and I scrub it for like less than a minute, because the Dawn Power Wash actually really helps like lift things up. And then I rinse it really fucking thoroughly, because if I can still smell soap, then there's still soap. So I'm just like careful about that, especially considering like a lot of times it's like the cat food dishes and stuff like that. I don't want them getting sick. But it's just like, so that, there's more though. There's more. So she kind of gets like shit on really badly and goes into the deep recesses of TikTok, never to be seen again. She probably still like posted content and stuff because it's just fear mongering. There are reasons why there's warning labels. Yeah. So I just saw her come across my For You page again 2 days ago. And this bitch, she's like crying, like fake crying on the video. And she's like, and like, you know, this is fake because like this bitch brings up Dawn Power Wash again. And it's like, if it made you so sick in the past, why are you using it 2 years later? And so she's like, I have a wedding and you know what? Actually, I'm just going to show you the video. Hang on. You know what? I'm going to make you guys cringe with me. Are you ready, Nate? Because this is where I start to get into it's either fear mongering or it's again, that analogy of like, I'm going to call it medical psychosis. Please. Okay. Hang on. I wonder if I can find the original video too. I don't know. Let me see. Tiki talkie. I'm going to pause the music because I don't want to like, it's on silent. I don't exactly know how I'm going to stop using Dawn Power Wash, maybe? I wonder if that's going to find me the OG video. This might be her. This might be the OG video, but maybe re-uploaded. Thanks for the info you didn't share. I need to see this pathetic. I don't know if this is it. Is this it? Okay, that's the conspiracy one. Whoa. I don't know if I'm going to find the OG video. No. No. She was very distressed. She was distressed. Yeah, whatever. That's the second video. I don't think I'm gonna find the OG video, but I can at least show you guys the one that was most recent, because that's someone reacting to it. And of course, like the problem, this is the extra, you know what, I'll show you guys this one, because this is the extra layer to it. A lot of people with children with digestive problems are falling for this and thinking it's the cure-all. That if they just stop using Dawn Power Wash, it's gonna cure all their problems. Who could have ever predicted you might get sick from a product you saw on TikTok? It's Dawn Power Wash though, which is not a viral TikTok product. I don't. Where's my window capture? TikTok. Hide the game capture. Turn on the window capture. Mute the DMCA channel. This is a process, dude. So this is like the problem. It's like my 7-year-old has had terrible gastric issues for months and doctors can't figure it out. And they're like, oh my God, it was Dawn Power Wash. So.
All started in November. I was bloated all the time, and no matter what I ate, I had an instant stomach ache. I thought I had developed IBS and did a low FODMAP.
This might be the OG video, actually. This might be it.
But that only reduced my symptoms slightly. Then I went out of town for the weekend, and still being on the very limited FODMAP diet, I packed all my food that I ate. That whole weekend, I was completely cured and didn't have a stomach ache for the first time in months. But when I got back, I ate these same exact foods and got a stomach ache again. My next theory was that it was something in my dishes, so I did research. I found a study that said alcohol ethoxylates in detergents, even at the microscopic level, can damage your intestines and make it really hard to absorb and digest food. I looked through all of our soaps and found that this very popular dish spray has hexyl ethoxylate in it. We had been using this to hand wash pans, and every time I cooked my food, it was soaking up the microscopic residue and eating away my gut, causing all the issues. We stopped using this a month ago, and my stomach issues have completely gone away.
You know when that doesn't happen? When you rinse it! You don't consume it if you rinse it! You dumb bitch!
I can't give medical advice, but if you relate to my same symptoms and use this, I suggest getting rid of it and then going on a low FODMAP diet for at least a month while your digestive system can try and repair the damage.
But it's like so many people with kids are like, oh my God, this is so true. Dumbass was eating soap, yeah, basically. And then the one that just popped up. The one that just popped up was the SIBO one, and it's the same girl that did the OG video. I don't know if it's the same girl that did this video, but Dawn Power Wash. Spray, wipe, and rinse. That's the crazy SIBO girl, actually. Am I not gonna find the OG video now? Cause she starts off in a video by herself, and then she like imposes like Dawn. Ooh, I'm not gonna find it, am I? because she didn't actually mention Dawn. SIBO. Or let me try. Let me actually try something. Hang on. If I can't find it, I can't find it, and it is what it is. Like, you guys get the gist of it. But like, this is the. It's crazy. Where's the search button? Desktop TikTok kind of sucks. It kind of sucks, y'all. Where'd the search bar go? Oh, there it is. I found it. Let's do SIBO wedding. Wedding cheer competition, because those are the two things she mentions. Videos. Only says if consumed, dilute by drinking water. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna find it because of the cheer competition, actually. Is it this one? No. Definitely not that one. This one? No. No. She seems to. This bitch was crying. Like. I wonder if she deleted it. Maybe if I take out the cheer competition part. I'm not gonna try to dig for it too much, because like it is what it is. SIBO wedding popular product? Maybe? Is it this bitch? More scams. Scams! Get rid of SIBO for good. You can't do that, bitch. I just look up girl crying over SIBO and Dawn Power Wash. Alright, I got one more search, and then I'm just gonna give you a summary of what happened. SIBO, Dawn, soap. No, you didn't. There she is! I found the bitch! I found her! I found her. Come here, bitch. Come here, bitch. We about to judge the shit out of you. This is her.
I do not want to go through this again. I have my wedding coming up. I just realized for the rest of my life, I'm going to suffer the consequences of this very popular dish soap and the effect that it had on my body. If you have an autoimmune disorder or know somebody that does, please listen. In January of last year, my family purchased this dish soap, which is around the time that I started.
It's imposed on it. She doesn't say the name of it. She's making a video that can be reused for anything she wants it to be used for, which is one of the bigger things. They never mention the product by name because they would literally get sued for defamation. It's not even fully censored. Yeah, that too. Like, it's... Yeah. Dude, I can't. Wait.
Started to feel these symptoms. I lost, in the course of a couple weeks, almost 25 pounds. I couldn't eat a single meal without feeling extremely bloated. Chronic fatigue. I had a burning sensation behind my eye. It took almost 6 months of research and trying 30 different diets to finally figure out what I think was SIBO. This is when the good bacteria that's meant to break down your food over...
Notice she said that she thinks it was SIBO. What is this mysterious product? Please tell me. I will never escape the consequences of eating soap. I lost 25 pounds. What a great diet. Well, okay, so SIBO is a very real condition. It is a very real issue. Some of the eyes gets pretty
grows and it kind of infiltrates into other parts of your body, completely messing up your digestive system. My body couldn't even digest rice, so I went down to very obscure foods, about like 6 or 7. I did that for a couple months to heal my gut, and now it's coming back. Like I said, my wedding is coming up, major cheer competitions, and like, this is not the time that I want to be going through this. So the pain that I have been through because of it is just horrible. So if I could help anybody, please do not buy this dish soap. Please keep me in your prayers. I
am curious who's paying these bitches to defame Dawn dish soap. This is really delicious. I wonder what, like, big company, like, do you think, like, Gain is paying these bitches, being like, hey, girl, let me give you $1,000 when you shit on Dawn so that you'll buy our product? Probably finish her tide. Fair. I was gonna say, yeah, that's a play here. Because I can't tell. One, I don't think she's really crying. Two, you don't just think you have SIBO and then it magically goes away because you stop using Dawn dish soap. Gain does dish soap? I thought oh, Palmolive. I was thinking about Palmolive, sorry. I don't think Tide does dish soap. Are the pods delicious? Fun fact. Only 1 or 2 people actually consumed Tide Pods, and they were mostly, I think it was 5 people consumed Tide Pods, and like 3 of them were toddlers. You know, for that big, giant, musically trend that was sweeping the nation, and everybody was shoving Tide Pods in their fucking mouth. Like, I don't think people realize that you can just go look up the poison control statistics and stuff. Because if a bitch consumes Tide Pods, you gotta call poison control. So that was the whole thing was fake. Sort of, yeah, for the most part. I think like 1 or 2 people did it, but a lot of them too, this is the other thing, a lot of the people that you saw theoretically consuming them, it was fake. Like they faked it. Just like the mukbangers, or mukbangers, however you want to say it. Just like they fake eating a lot of food. Because what they'll do is they'll put it in their mouth and they'll chew it and they'll put it in their cheek. They'll cut the camera, spit it out in the trash can, and come right back. At least that's how a lot of TikTok mukbangers do it. Overblown by the media, yeah. Also, like, planking was never as big of a deal as it was. Here's another one. The cinnamon challenge people were doing, but it wasn't dangerous. The 1 chip challenge was not a hoax, but I do think it was kind of blown out of proportion a little bit. Because I don't... Did we ever get the results of that autopsy for that kid? Wasn't it that he died of something else and it wasn't actually the chip's fault? But it's still something that they, like, because people got so scared. Once the headlines are out there, there's really no fixing it. Yeah, it wasn't the chip, yeah. Also, some made their own fake pods with, food dye. Yeah. Yeah, different underlying condition. Yeah, it's very similar to like the girlies that ended up passing. Another person passed away due to energy drinks recently, and I'm like, fuck, dude. That's so rough. Like, I don't think anybody should lose their life over that shit. It is really sad. But it's like, I don't know, dude. I think if you have conditions that are sensitive to certain ingredients, you do have somewhat of a responsibility to research what you're consuming. However, I think the most recent one is she was literally drinking cans of energy drinks, like constantly, every single fucking day. Energy drinks are really demonized. They're actually really not that bad for you. Everything in moderation. But it's just water with some vitamins and caffeine and flavoring. It's the same thing with people being like, only plain water really hydrates you. And it's like, that's a study that was done in the 80s that was never, ever, ever, ever able to be recreated with the same results. Coffee counts, tea counts, juice counts, soda counts, but you can't live off just drinking soda and energy drinks. You won't get, I don't think you'll get clinically dehydrated, but you will be in a state of dehydration if you legitimately only consumed soda and energy drinks specifically. It's not that they will, like, drinking a can or two of soda a day isn't going to dehydrate you. Drinking a cup of coffee isn't going to dehydrate you. But if that's all you consume, I don't know about coffee, actually. I think if you have like a few cups of coffee a day and don't drink anything else, I think it's such a slow dose of caffeine. I don't think it actually dehydrates you as much as they think it does. Also, thank you for the follow. We're just talking about a lot of weird shit today. I'm sorry. We're just talking about all this stuff. But yeah, my college roommate would beg to differ. He went 4 years drinking only Diet Pepsi. I mean, that's kind of the thing. It's just like, if plain water was the only thing that hydrated you, Seal would be dead. Seal would be fucking dead. Seal wouldn't have made it to like fucking at all. I don't know, but yeah, it's just like. Also, the reason that I have a story for you guys. I actually learned this from the VTuber. Do you know how like we all got started on checking like candy for like razor blades and poison and shit? It's because one father back in the 90s. There was a father. He poisoned 3 Pitsy sticks, and him and his son were out trick or treating, and he put poison in his son's Pitsy sticks, and then he put poison in 2 other children's Pitsy sticks. And gave them to one to his son and 2 to the other kids, saying that they were from a specific house. And the son consumed the Pitsy stick and died. And the reason he gave it to the other 2 kids was to make it look like it was that house or it was an accident. And that's the reason everybody started freaking out, looking for needles and razor blades and poison in Halloween candy. So he wanted the insurance money for killing his son. His small child. He killed a small child. Almost killed 3 small children, by the way. He killed a small child for insurance money. And almost took 2 more down with him. So I was always dumb too. How would you ever get a razor blade in those small ass pieces of chocolate? That's fair. I do think there was like a couple of legitimate situations of needles being found in candy, but I don't know if they were put there by the person that reported it, or if somebody was actually legitimately putting needles in candy. Because who's gonna go through that effort? Who's gonna go through that effort, dude? Unless you hate somebody and you want to use, again, like the father wanted to use Halloween as an excuse to kill his kid for the insurance money. It's one of those things where it's just like, a lot of this stuff is like, you really, and that's why they like preach the importance of media literacy. However, a lot of the issues with this stuff is that the media is the ones that are, because here's the thing, like that 1-chip challenge kid, it's like, oh, like he died after eating a 1-chip challenge. Now there's waivers and there's all this stuff and people are too scared to eat it. And I think it's a good thing that company does other things, because if that was their only product, it would have ruined them. But a lot of the headlines and stuff are out there. And once those headlines are out there, people don't look into it any further or wait for the results. I personally was waiting on the results of the autopsy. So it was the same with the energy drink girl from Panera. And the one most recently, that one was self-consumed caffeine, and she knew. If I know correctly, if I remember reading the info correctly, she knew what she was doing. But she wouldn't die, but she just like was living in that kind of oblivious state of like, oh, it'll never happen to me. I don't have to worry about it. It'll never happen to me. But I think she like drank 3 or 4 cans of energy drinks a day or something. It was ridiculous. I could also be talking out of my ass. It could have also been AI slop from TikTok, so I don't know. But basically, a lot of that stuff ends up being like, no one ever looks into it. Like, I I know a really big one in some southern rural areas is if you see a car going down the road without headlights on, don't flash your high beams at them to let them know, because they'll follow you and basically like they'll follow you and kill you or something. I don't know. It was weird. It was weird. I was like, I don't know if that's a thing. I do think that there was somebody, there was some freak going around putting HIV needles in, it was either diesel pumps or gas pumps, so that when people would go for the handle, they would get stabbed by the needle and get HIV. That was just a psychotic person. Similar to the father with his kid. Like, some of these people are fucking nuts, dude. They don't think about or research anything. Yeah, that too. Yeah, the gas pumps. I remember that one, dude. I'm pretty sure that one actually happened, because I remember either Mama Bat found one because she always checked, or someone in her semi-close vicinity had found one. But again, if it was someone in her close vicinity, they could have very well just been making shit up to feel cool, you know? It's like, oh my god, yeah. Like, if too many people doubt someone and the validity of their statements, they end up being like, well, it happened to my uncle. Or like, it happened to me. I found a needle in a gas pump. And it's like, oh my god, did you really? And it's like, yes. It was scary. I got so lucky I didn't touch it. It's just like, it's like a lot of stuff ends up getting like spread in those ways. And so it's one of those things. I think that's the end of the video.
I'm gonna go through this again. I have a wedding coming up.
Dawn.
This is the crazy SIBO girl that is like, oh my god, it's mold! What does she have to say about mold? Or what does she have to say about Dawn?
Actually in the kitchen, and as much as I would love to be fully non-toxic and whatever, I do what I can with my own products, but I do live with my family.
That's fair.
So we do use Dawn in the kitchen. And I do have actually Dawn power spray in the laundry room. I'm not gonna
You're not consuming it through your clothing, though.
say it's the root cause of why I have SIBO. I'm sure there's a lot bigger issues here. I'm looking into having mold toxicity. I just recently had a low C4 marker, which could be autoimmune, or it could indicate something autoimmune going on. I'm getting more blood work done tomorrow.
Yeah. So this is crazy SIBO girl. There's just like mold. It was mold. It was mold, I tell you. Oh my god, I just saw her fucking username. I should have known better. She has a nickname set, though. She has a nickname set as SIBO with some emojis. I never saw her actual fucking username. Oh my god, that makes so much more sense now. She's one of those holistic girlies. I got played. But I think it was like a long con into advertising for that mold toxicity test, honestly. I think it was like the long con. And I got into a situation with that girl as far as like, I never commented. I've learned my lesson, dude. I don't comment on videos anymore, especially when like they're really prone to making like reply videos to comments like her. No, I will never comment on their videos ever in my life. You get what you fucking, oh my god. But like, but yeah, I never looked into it because her username, there's a difference between like TikTok, you can have nicknames versus your actual like user, like your @ like my @ is Estrella.Doritas. But I could change my username to be like Estrella VTuber, and it would show up as like Estrella VTuber. And then you'd have to click on my profile to see that like Estrella.Doritas. So it's just like, I don't know. This is a fucking like, I'm calling it medical diet. I don't know if I want to call it medical psychosis, but maybe like holistic psychosis or something. I don't know. It's just like they get really hung up on one specific thing, and they swear it's like the answer to all their problems and that they're gonna be cured by just detoxing and changing their diet. And it's just like, you suck. Anytime I see some guy in a lab coat talking about pots, I immediately scroll. I'm like, I'm not dealing with this shit. You can't get me, buddy. Not today, Satan. But yeah, no, I learned about the 90s situation with the father for the insurance money from a VTuber that came across my For You page, actually. Funnily enough. So that's an interesting little bit of knowledge. But yeah, no. So Dawn Power Wash is being demonized. Ivermectin Cream is being the opposite of demonized. Angelized. And then I have been seeing that people are still getting diagnosed with candida overgrowth and are being recommended diet and lifestyle changes. So that one's still around. The histamine intolerance is relatively new. So it's still around. Let's see, and it's pretty cool once you get to know him, but you just gotta give him a chance. But yeah, it's just like, I don't know, dude. It's a lot, because it's just like, people just want answers, and they just want to feel better, and they don't want to be chronically ill anymore. And so they start like getting to that point, especially like people with like terminal illnesses and stuff like that. Like they end up getting to that point where they're like desperate for any answers and like desperate for any like help. Like they'll deplete their savings, they'll do clinical trials, they'll do anything. Also, I'm eligible for clinical trials for Stickler syndrome, which is actually kind of neat, but now I'm just picturing Steel in a lab coat talking about literal cooking pots. I mean, that's fair. But yeah, no, it's just, I don't know, dude. It's one of those things where, I feel like I can move this. Oh, no, I can't, because I'm going to be able to walk to it. And they walk to it, and they put it there. But yeah, it's kind of a mess. So it was. But I was just like, I don't know, dude. I could like yap for hours about some of this stuff, and I do control myself to a degree, but it's just like, dude, I understand the desperation and stuff like that, but it seems like SIBO is either one of those conditions that's used. I didn't realize that first girl was like basically bullshitting. And she's like, I think I had SIBO. I thought she said that she had gotten SIBO. And then even in the comments, people are like, is this fear mongering? Are you trying to fear monger us right now? What the hell are you doing, girly? So it's just like, I was gonna put 2 there. I think 2 is plenty. I think 2 is plenty, because meth cooks slow. So I think 2 is plenty. And then I can put these. We might actually get done with this tonight. Can you believe it? Would you believe it? Oh, actually, kind of want to kind of see what this looks like, because I can still access it. And I just need to give them enough space to like walk between, and they can access these 2 shelves. Oh, I gotta put them in backwards. I'm trying to maximize space. It needs to be 2 if you want to walk between it. I think it needs to be 2. Because this won't work. But I don't think they need it to work. I think as long as they can reach. Because if you're drinking non-power wash, because you didn't bother the rinse, that would probably be the opposite effect. Yeah. She's a nose that causes SIBO. Yeah, that first girl, no. The second girl, she is determined to find her root cause, but now she thinks it's mold. So I think fear-mongering is the quickest way to piss me off, honestly. Yeah, same. Honestly, especially when it comes to medical stuff like this. And it's just like, there's like these bots that join groups and also comment on Facebook, or join Facebook groups, and then they comment on TikTok videos and stuff like that of like someone describing their medical condition or something that's going on with them. And it's like, oh my God, Dr. Zigamarorty helped me so much. And they like at this page, and it's like, oh my God, he helped me so much. His book like saved my life. And I'm just sitting here like, oh my God. And they comment it on every single post in Facebook. And they comment on it as many videos as they can on TikTok, because it's a bot. And they like comment as many times as they can before they get banned or removed or whatever. And it's just like, someone's going, like, people are going to fall for it. And it's just like, one of the most recent ones that has nothing to do with like really medical stuff is like flame retardant materials are being fear-mongered right now. People are saying like, oh, that black spatula that you used to cook with and like the flame retardant materials that are in your toddler's clothing are toxic. And they cause cancer. You should stop using them. And it's like, if you actually do research into these, people need to learn what studies mean. You guys, like, not you guys in particular, but you guys, I'm looking at the camera. You bitches, you gotta learn what studies actually mean. One, you need to know how many people they actually use for the study. You need to look at their constants, their variables, and all of that stuff. Environmental factors. All that jazz. Like, all that shit that we grew up with being like, if you drink a glass of red wine a day, you're less likely to have a heart attack. It's like, all that shit was done on like a group of 6 people. And it was never like, studies have to be done first. You have an initial group of people that perform a study, whether it's for like college or, you know, getting funding or whatever. You have small studies that are performed at first. Then people will try to recreate the results to validate the study. Flame retardant materials, nah, you should burn your, oh my God. Yeah, basically, it's just like, that one is concerned. Like, all of this shit involves children that have no say in it, which is the other fucked up part. Can children live without you using Dawn Power Wash? Yes. Will they live if you take away their flame retardant pajamas? Probably not. And spatula. Or better clothes. Yeah. Well, so black plastic is like what they were mostly focusing on, which is like a cheap material that a lot of us use for like spoons and like cooking material, like cooking wise. It's black plastic, like meal prep containers that are in black plastic. I use those personally. Spatulas, ladles, those kind of things are made, like spaghetti ladles and stuff are made with black plastic. And then their reasoning is that it's the flame retardant materials that are in the black plastic that are toxic. And so by extension, the flame retardant materials that are in your children's clothes, and it's mostly toddlers and babies that have like flame retardant pajamas. And it's specifically pajamas because daily clothes are usually fine or whatever. But if a kid is asleep, like, you don't know if they're going to wake up. You don't know if you're going to get to them in time. So like having flame retardant clothing is something that's more common. Shit ain't flame retardant, dude. I don't know. I just know it's like it's like the last 6 months they started fear mongering that one pretty hard. So I was just like, bro. The infant clothing is flame retardant. It is actually. It has a whole like yellow warning label that comes with it that says like these clothes are flame retardant, blah, 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 blah. And the material feels different. That one I know for sure because I worked in infants, so. Well, like almost all of the PJs that we carried were had some sort of flame retardant material in them. So. That one I do know for sure. I don't know anything about the wild plastic. I just looked into it and saw that it was like bullshit. And so I was like, oh, okay, that's all I need to know. And it's just like a safety thing. But like fear mongering parents into like not putting their children in safe materials is really fucked up. It's really fucked up, dude. People suck. You still walk in between one for this? Yes, you can. Just... This should work. And then... It was not basically, yeah, it's crazy. I just like, and that's why like I end up like, okay, this is one that's like semi-relevant because like Fairlife is another one. Microplastics are another thing. Microplastics are really heavily fear-mongered. And to be fair, we don't know a lot about them. However, we probably would have known something about them by now if it was seriously detrimental. It could be like a slow killer, or it could be like a slow thing. But the thing is you genuinely cannot avoid microplastics because they're trying to do a study on microplastics. So they had to find a population of people that had not been exposed to microplastics and did not have microplastics in their bloodstream. They could not find a single human population that did not have microplastics in their bloodstream. And that is including isolated tribes. Not a single human on Earth. I mean, a single human, but not a single population of humans on Earth did not have microplastics in their system. At least not the ones that they were able to get to. So they ended up finding this specific creature, and I don't remember what it's called, but it's similar to a spider, but it basically stabs its prey and sucks its insides out. That's really crazy, to be honest. Yeah. So like all these like moms and parents that are like freaking the fuck out, like being like, I can't let my baby come anywhere near the microplastics. Bitch, you gave them microplastics by conceiving them. So microplastics probably aren't going to kill us off. No, but I think it would be interesting to study the effects of it though. Even if they could get to them, I bet the people in North Sentinel Island got microplastics and then too. Yeah, but they resorted to animals. And it took them until finding that specific animal to find a single like population of a living species that was not infected with microplastics. So if like even some of the most remote animal species and remote human tribes have microplastics, you're screwed, dude. Chill. Like, and this is my biggest thing is like, should you be concerned? Sure. Should you have anxiety, stress, panic disorder, like everything about it? No, because like, girl, you gotta live your fucking life. You can't let the fear of consuming microplastics keep you from going outside. Like, you gotta balance it. You can have a healthy caution for something. And there is something else too. You're talking about studies. There was something recently that got discussed, but it's like, when somebody asked them how many people they did the study on, it was literally 20 fucking people. 20. And they were spreading it around the news like it was like some miracle. And it's like, that's not how that works. But like, yeah, so basically the way the studies work, if you don't know, and I already kind of said it, is the way the studies work is that like, usually they're done independently. And then other people will try to recreate the results. They're not looking to recreate the results. They're basically trying to prove consistency and prove that the study is repeatable, which is why a lot of these studies take like decades, if not generations, because in a lot of cases you have to study like the lifelong effects of certain situations. So basically independent study, then professionally done study, and if enough people aren't able to recreate the results, they just give up on it. Like the plain water thing being the only thing that could hydrate you. People have like fought tooth and nail trying to recreate that fucking study, and like nobody can. It's like germs, you can be careful, but you're not gonna get exposed to them. You're gonna get exposed to them no matter what you do. Yeah, pretty much. And it's like, I think Steele put it really well. It's like, you don't want to just like live carefree. I mean, you can if that's what you want to do, but like, you want to exercise like healthy caution. Like if you've got 100,000 tiny little microplastics in your bloodstream, you don't want to add another 100,000 to that intentionally by just being like ignorant and carefree. I think they are getting ready to do a new study about some type of plastic though, and I can't remember what it is. But like there's a lot of different things that like while bath bombs were like created to like make nice relaxing baths and stuff like that, it actually gives a lot of women yeast infections because of the citric acid that's in it. It changes the pH balance of the water, and it makes you more prone to yeast infections as a woman. I don't know about men. I don't know if the pH balance in a bath bomb is enough to cause men to have yeast infections or not, so I can't really speak on that one. Also, yeast infections are contagious. You can actually get somebody yeasty if you have one. But it's just like, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's just like, you gotta exercise healthy caution, but then like don't stress yourself out about it so much to the point where like it's like mentally distressing you, or you're starting to have like symptoms of mental health disorders. I never take baths, I'm safe, that's fair. But it's just like one of those things where, yeah, you just gotta like, I personally am living, oh, Fairlife. That was the other one that got really demonized. The whole Fairlife bullshit with those Fairlife like core drinks and stuff like that, that was also taken grossly out of context. Fairlife and water filter companies have really grossly out of context, uninformative misconceptions put out about them. One specifically about Fairlife and one specifically about any water in general. A lot of the water filter companies, because remember, they're trying to sell you water filters that are really fucking expensive. So a lot of water filter companies, especially the ones where it's like those TPA meters that you can get, they're bullshit. If it's 0, the water is distilled. There are going to be particulates in your water. It's going to be iron and calcium and fluoride and whatever they use to like sanitize the water in whatever city or state you're in. And then if it's well water, like it's not going to be as safe, but it is going to have a lot more minerals in it. You got calcium and all that jazz. Like that TPA bullshit is made up. That's where we got on that subject about Teflon, is because that's a different story. Because the particulates from Teflon, you can't tell, the meter cannot tell the difference between harmful and good particulates in your water. It's literally, I think what it's total particulates accumulated, or I don't remember what it stands for, but it's like total particulates or total parts. The company would never lie in order to sell me something. I know, right? But it's one of those things where like, so that one was really, the whole like water filter situation is really grossly taken out of like misinformation. And then the Fairlife shakes were also really demonized. Funnily enough, Moist Critical is partially responsible for this. This is kind of why he irks me. Moist Critical is actually unironically pretty responsible for the fear-mongering against Fairlife as a company and their products. Because he did a video on it because he's like, I drink Fairlife all the time. Oh my God, I have to stop now. He is, yes, because he So there is a guy, just a random fucking dude on the internet that got a hold of information from a study or an investigation that they did into Fairlife products. And they found that Fairlife, I think it was a very similar situation to the water problem. They found that like Fairlife had a certain number of particulates in it. That guy said it was full of microplastics. This is all related, guys. It all comes full circle. So I'm like 99% sure it was like microplastics, and then maybe I'm pretty sure it was microplastics. But the misinformation is that he got the numbers correct, but it wasn't like an asinine amount of microplastics. It was just very similar to water, where there's like particulates in there, like minerals and vitamins and shit, that are in there, and they're not gonna fucking cause you cancer. Which is why it's just like, oh my god, dude. But because like Moist Critical gave it more publicity, that guy's video got way more publicity and way more traction and got outside of certain circles. And so every like normie and their brother thinks that like Fairlife is gonna kill you. So it's like, but yeah, Fairlife actually isn't, if there's microplastics in it, it's not going to just like suddenly clog your veins and make you die. Like it's, again, it's everything in moderation. And then there's like, there's something similar that happened with like the POTS group. And like we talked about it here for a brief moment of like Element, the electrolyte drink mix. They like didn't disclose how much of a certain ingredient that they were actually using in their products. And it's a random dude voice. But instead of it being that, oh, they just didn't use, like they didn't list the ingredient properly, people automatically just started jumping to the conclusion. They're like, oh my God, this ingredient's gonna kill you. It's gonna give you cancer. It's going to turn into a sentient monster and rip you apart from the inside. Be like, careful, Element's getting sued for having this ingredient in there that's known to have issues. And it's like, is it really known to have issues? Or are you just fear mongering? Are you just fear mongering, girly pop? I think you're fear mongering. And then you've got people like, and this is why I stress the importance so much of like doing your own research to a degree. Because don't give me, confirmation bias exists. If you search like, why is Fairlife so bad? It's going to come up with articles that are trashing Fairlife. But if you look up like, is this ingredient actually dangerous? Is this company or product actually harmful? Like what studies were done in regard to XYZ? Like it's always just like some stupid little like 5 to 20 person study or an investigation that somebody just decided to do in their fucking kitchen because they were bored and they got results, and it may not always be correct. Even like internal investigations that are done by a third party company or by the same company, like it's very similar to like companies being like #1 recommended or like clinically proven, and it's like, you know what clinic proved it? The one that they bought and paid for. And it's just like, it's aggravating. Because there's so much misinformation out there, and it's like really hard to keep up with it all. And it's just like, I think your best bet at this point is anything you hear and you're like, oh shit, take a moment and be like, this is probably fake. And then be surprised when it's not, instead of taking it completely seriously and either hindering yourself or your children or your family members by choosing to not participate into like life-saving or survival stuff, you know? It's just like, why the fuck haven't you slept? I don't know. I just didn't. So what are you talking about? A lot. It has been a rabbit hole and a half. It has been several rabbit holes that all meet at the bottom of Hell's Fires. It's been crazy. It's been crazy. We've just been talking about everything, dude. Let me listen to Steve's Lava Chick. Oh, it hit me the second I said Steve Lava. Yeah. Say that come up. What is this one? I wonder if the artist ever released that song that I liked. Brain go Bert. Yeah, pretty much. Sometimes the brain just go Bert. Yeah, I'm also like increased my medication dose. So random Spanish song. I decided that why did I not take the chance to see what it sounds like? If YouTube thinks I should listen to random Spanish music, why the fuck wouldn't I do it? She sounds hot! She sounds so hot! Is she hot? Oh my god, she sounds hot. Oh, she's in a video. Oh, she pretty. I can't hear music? Oh, sorry. I'll start it over. I'm sorry. Yeah, I got distracted doing the video thing. Sorry. You mostly just miss like a bunch of random indie music, honestly. YouTube wants me to listen to this. I think she's cute. Angela Aguilar? Angela Aguilar? That one listening to VTubers? Oh my god. Alright, anyway. Yeah, she pretty. Anyway, but yeah, no, it's been crazy, dude. It's been a day. We've just been talking about everything. But yeah, it's just like, I don't know. From fear mongering to religious psychosis to people murdering children for insurance money. Just some cuckoo banana stuff, you know? Shun the girl who ate soap, yeah. This one threw me off. So it's a quick story. Do you remember there being like a lot of fear and concern about there being razor blades and poison in Halloween candy? It was all because of one guy who wanted to kill his son for the insurance money. And he almost killed 2 other kids to make it look like an accident and blame another house. Back in the no, this was the 90s, actually. It just never, because the headlines were already out there and there's not much you can do to correct things, no one ever actually heard the full story. But it started out in the 90s. And I don't think, I think people still inspect candy to this fucking day, dude. I just think it's like a generational thing at this point. But you know, I learned that from a VTuber For You page TikTok that I saw like 2 days ago, and I was like, oh my fucking god. But yeah, dude just wanted to kill his kid for the insurance money. I wanted to get away with it, but he didn't. All right, then, yeah, basically. Yeah, I think this is decent, unironically, and then Beds will be upstairs. And we got a bunch of other stuff. I do. So it's the mid-teen stations. That was a wild transition. That wasn't very algorithmy of you. Oh, because it didn't do related. It did. Oh, so what I should do actually is do this. Go back to that song. Unironically though, that country song kind of sounds good. I don't really like country that often. Now we go to related. And we hit play. What a shift in mood, yeah. Because it tries to predict, like... It tries to predict, like, what you would listen to sometimes versus, like, what's related to the actual song you're listening to. It depends on where you pick the song from. If you type it into the search bar and hit play, usually it'll do things that are related to that song specifically. But if you pick it off of like the predetermined list that like YouTube creates, it usually creates a playlist of songs it thinks you want to listen to versus what's related to the song. Oh, this is a bop. I love her voice. Have you ever listened to Millie songs? No idea. I'm not good with names, actually. So that's kind of my issue. I'm not very good with names. I feel like I should try to keep this center semi-clear. Because they can walk to the racks here. I don't know. I take 1, 2. This is good. I like this. Her voice is beautiful. But it sounds familiar. And their voices meld really well together too. So what I could do... I'm gonna put it here. I got 2. Oh yeah. Because one is for this side. And then... Dude, I can't believe how long this has taken me. It's been 2 days. They just keep yapping. I just keep yapping. Por favor. Anyway. It's been 4 a.m. for me the past 40 hours. Oh, nice. It's been 4 a.m. for the last 40, not. It's been 4 a.m. for you, but yeah. I'm sorry, is that the Frozen song up next? Does it not want me to listen to Spanish music? Why are you being a bitch? I liked that song! It was a fucking bop! You gonna deprive me? Give me more. One more. Oh, this is kind of good too. I mean. like to think that the YouTube algorithm is just like really white, and because she's singing with an accent, they can't tell that it's English, so they're just like, oh, this is also international. It's just a really whitewashed algorithm. Ah, the stairs ruined this too. No, I didn't. Yes, please suffocate me. I'm going to fucking... So fucking... This isn't bad. I can still... I just have to move this stuff over, but like, fuck, dude! Knows you're white, so only wants you to listen to white music. No! I can fix this. It's just... Do I want to fix it? Yeah, and I put a space between that. Like, the unfortunate thing is I can only do 1, 2 shelves, so... I'm honestly not sure. It's gonna take up the same amount of space no matter which way I put it. It's just this way is more cramped this way, so like it works out in that sense. However, what I think the real Giga Chad move here is gonna be is to move this shit down. I can't believe this shit, dude. That's so fucked. That's so annoying. Because I got plenty of space. What I can do is... That's the packing station. Where's the mixing station? Okay. I can use this section for shelving. Oh, you suck. Move. I know I'm thinking about this way too fucking hard. I think this has been like the biggest peek into my fucking brain that you guys have ever had. About like how just distressing my general life is. Because I just can't. There's like just enough like citric acid in this for me to be like, ugh. I haven't had sour stuff in so long. I feel weak. I feel like a weak little pathetic baby bitch. It's like looking into a mirror. Oh my god. I don't think I'll ever pass out fully from pots though, so I think you might win that bingo card at some point. I don't even know if these are the mixes that I want to keep up with either. Like, that's the shitty part about it. And then at some point, I gotta add in drying racks for the... I should have plenty of room for drying racks and then packaging. Yeah, it should be fine. I'm not worried about that, actually. Not too much. But if I put this here, if I put the packing station... you know, honestly, if I put the packing station... I honestly kind of like when you can't understand the lyrics to a song because it gives you like more ability to focus on like the melody and the vibe and just like everything else. And I could put 1, 2, 1, 2. Maybe. I don't like the idea of that either. I'm so... I'm starting to listen to Hololive songs, that's fair. He's talking about something dark and I'm just vibing. I think like Miku is like the perfect example of that. I could... Wait. That's a lot of... Did I really plan to put shelves along this entire fucking... Oh. Okay, this is where some of my problem is coming from. Because I do want to put... I do want to put... I did want to put shelves here, but like... Not that many. Wait, it actually might be... Wait, no, I actually have an idea. Because... Hang on. I could do this. And then I got... supplies and product. It just goes on the same shelf. So... I'm going to pull my hair out at some point in my life. Why are you so stressed lately, Estrella? The doctor says, because of meth. Drug Tetris. Alright. It's not gonna look good, and I hate it. I hate that it's not gonna look good. Because these stupid fucking posts. These bitches right here. But also that means I can, once again. Hello, it's me again. Bam. Oh, those have things in them. Oh, god damn it. Oh shit, everything is full. No! I understand why people do layouts and build guides and stuff now, because I was just like, just do whatever you want to. And now I'm just sitting here like, but I could have done so much better. I think the only problem I have with this is that like product would probably go on like the first 2 or 3, and then I'm gonna get rid of this just so I can feel the ghost of you, because I don't want to block it in, so it has to have at least 2. Yeah, it has to have 1 more. Why do you keep turning yourself? Running by the ghost of you. Yeah, right here. I guess you have enough space to walk through. Why? Bitch, why are you doing that? There we go. So there's... because there's 4 ingredients for the meth. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 for product. And I think that should be fine. Will the games you played with this be the one to make you crash out? Achilles. I can't say that anymore, apparently. Not that I would want to, that is. I would never say that about you guys. Okay. Dude, that's OG. Get the fuck out of there. You bitch. You bitch. Yeah, and then ingredients, 1, 2, 3, 4. Another shelf. This is where's? Oh yeah, they're here. Dude, this might be the death of me, honestly. It's because, like, I could have just, like, done 2 products per shelf, but, like, at least this way I don't have to fucking touch it for a while. That's kind of my thought process. I fill this whole thing up with, like, horse semen, bananas, kook, and mega beans. Like, I don't have to fucking worry about it for a while. Actually, unironically, I don't think that's big enough. I don't think that's a big enough space. Ooh, that sucks, dude. That's bit dick. That's really the dick. Now you put both ovens on one side. I don't fucking like that either. I hate the barn. I hate it. By the way to, like, keep... Where's the other shelf? See, I don't even know if I need the second shelf, honestly. Okay, that's plenty of room to walk. Burn the barn. Yeah, basically, at this point, dude. Oh, actually, that's kind of works out, though, because... I don't know why I didn't think about doing this. I can't walk through here now, though. I could move this up a notch to go in front of there. Because, like, nothing can go behind these, so, like, I might as well just move them forward. Like this. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but at least it somewhat looks decent, you know? Well, I could put it that far apart if I really wanted to, but I think what I'm going to do instead is still move these pretty close. And then I should be able... I girl boss too close to the sun. How many shelves left to use as a template? Use this one and this one. Is it? It's 2 meth ingredients actually. Because the pseudo, you basically just load up. Honestly. Yeah, I could put them here. Because the pseudo I can only buy so much of right now. And like, they come over, grab a stack, come over here. And like, I can even like... Okay, I can't interact with it backwards. I guess not, okay. Apparently, the Ice Bucket Challenge is back, but it's for mental health this time. Did you know that, like, all those people that do, like, the daily or weekly, like, ice baths, they're actually damaging their bodies because they're getting in water that's too cold for them? Like, the human body, it actually causes more damage than it does good. In order to, like, safely ice bath and reap the benefits of it, I think the water literally just has to be like 50 degrees, not 30. So the whole like ice plunge thing that people do for like quote unquote health reasons is also one of those things that people should really do their own research into. So that's interesting. Judge, change my mind again. You guys are gonna kill me, I swear. You guys are gonna make a video about this and be like, Estrella's crash out. I'm going to temporarily put these on here. I don't want to throw away my jars, but also they're getting in my fucking way so much all the time. I actually think I might have solved the conundrum. Bear with me here. 50 degrees sounds kind of nice sometimes. Yeah, it doesn't have to be like... Because I know one girl that she uses like a weight to like break the top layer of ice. So however cold that water is, I think it's like... I don't think it's like necessarily fully below freezing, but it's also not like a solid block of ice. Like the top layer is like an inch or so thick, but they were basically, there was an actual medical professional, from what I understand, that was talking about it because he was like talking against it. And he's like, you actually don't really need to go into water that cold to get the benefits of a cold plunge. Like your water should not be so cold that it could like freeze at all, because it's just one of those things. Yeah, we got jars. How many figures you got in them? Don't worry about it. That's right. That's personal. Why are you going around asking people such personal questions? Oh my god. All right, chat, you ready? Are you ready for this thing that I'm gonna do that I'm probably gonna 100% change my mind about? Damn it, I can't. Give me the meth. You suck. Hear me out. Yeah, it was banana first. And this. My life is ruined again because I can't put them all the way over here. There's not gonna be enough room to walk. And bro, I'm tired. Tetris sucks. I don't like this game anymore. The game of Tetris, that is. I still love this game, but fuck, dude. Oh my god, there's still more. Actually, you know what? I can put these. They gotta go in here anyway. There you go. I still have some liquid meth. Oven, I guess. What is the... What? I'm trying, okay? I was gonna put them like this and have the side for the meth and the ingredients, but if I do this, it's gonna block off the walking path and there's still gonna be that ledge there and it's gonna piss me off. Not the organization. There's one item that I'm throwing an exception over. Not the organization. What's up? I need you to elaborate a little bit, sorry. I'm going to actually scream. Are you winning? I'm losing a fight here. Actually, you know what? The 3... I don't think I block. You know what? Here's the thing. Here's the deal. Be more realistic. Be more realistic, Estrella. Are you going to have 20, 40, 60, 80? Are you going to have 160 of each of these items? No. Well, you just put the shelves perpendicular to the wall. So technically what I'm doing, but just move it over to where it actually fits. The only problem is that then I have to move these, which honestly isn't really that big of a deal. Like, and I just move these back. Then this is walkable now. But... I don't deserve to live on this earth. I think this earth was made as a way to torture me. Where's the product gonna go? Oh my god. It's fine. Low battery? Well, maybe if you didn't fucking overheat, I wouldn't have a low battery. I have one last fucking ditch effort here, dude. Because here's the thing. I got one shot, one chance. Shimmer's having this breakdown. I am getting close, actually. I'm gonna start seeing pink ponies at this rate. Nanika, na be, I'm proud, wanna be in the scene. Oh shit, is the vet still open? I got distracted by my crash out. Give me a second. Bro, I just got so southern. I don't really do my customer service voice anymore. So when I'm trying to be polite or like talking to like a new person or whatever, a lot of times I just end up sounding southern versus, were you waiting on me? Am I being stalked? Oh my god, chat, I have a crazy stalker. Oh my god. Okay. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. My name is Estrella Arias. I'm a bad VTuber, and today we're playing Crash Out Simulator. I have rearranged this barn 6 times, and it's been 2 days. I'm having a time. I don't like any of it. Oh, Freya! Oh my god! Hey! Hope you're doing good! Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. It's been a while, dude. I know, right? I've been good. Oh, good. I'm glad. Yeah, if you need to rerun, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope the raiders enjoy the stream. I got you. Enjoy your night. If you want to chill out and vibe, totally welcome. If not, enjoy your night, girly pop. Heard a bit about this game, but I haven't tried it yet. Curious though, yeah. There's not really like spoilers, to be fair, so that's nice. Let's see if that double reads. You know? Thanks for gifting us a pervert monster. Thank you for gifting us under Freya, though. That's very kind. I don't know if you can hear me. Oh, did you get? Yeah, ads are going, aren't they? Or are they about to go? Ad break. Oh, it ends in 12 seconds. Oh, okay. Cool. Oh, this makes people laugh. That's fair. Spoilers, you still trucks, yeah, basically. But yeah, like, the only real like spoiler is just like automation. Look at me just carrying around my meth. Well, cause like here's what I think I might actually, cause like I think I can get away with. Oh wait, shit. This is kind of the problem. I start putting things where they don't technically. Oh, wait, I can do this. Yeah, there we go. Actually, no, technically this was in the right spot. So let's do this. Now, what was the big idea after this, Estrella? I had to put it here. And then take this. Take that. Because the employees, I don't know what their boundaries really are. And like how they can reach things and like what they can interact with and what they can't, as far as like, oh shit, I didn't know that in the last one. So I like how this like algorithm went Spanish, English with an accent. French? I think there was a French song. And now it's just Spanish. And a random...
Freya LWN has subscribed to the channel.
That was so delayed. That was so delayed, small bite. Jesus Christ. I think Steel's dead. Cool. Okay. Thank you, Small Pie. I swear, I just want to do a fresh install, but like the guy that he's like, it's not gonna do anything, and I'm just sitting here like, are you sure? I know you like made it, and it's your baby, and you like created it, and like you know better than anybody, but like, are you sure? Like, are you sure? Sure.
LWN,
Oh my
welcome.
God.
Now sit back, relax, and wish you'd stayed away.
Based. That's so delayed. What's going on with him? Did I forget to run him as admin? Maybe? Oh, he is lagging. I've noticed that he tends to take up some more resources than he used to. Wait, what? It's AI. It's Control Alt Delete. Where is the delete on this keyboard? That's the calculator. Dude, I haven't had a full-size keyboard in so long that I don't know what's what anymore. I think delete is this one. What? Which one's fucking delete? I don't... Which one's delete? I don't know, dude. I don't know how to control Alt Delete anymore. God damn it. Where is delete? Because it's 4, 8, 12. And then there's 3 keys. It has to be one of these. Control Delete. There we go. Okay, so it just didn't come up in time. I'm gonna see what my resources look like. It's my fucking RAM. Dude, I got 32 gigs. This is ridiculous. Next to enter? No, mine's next to, Oh, no, not backspace. DEL for delete, yeah. They do 2 different things for the US keyboards. So, like, delete... I don't... Actually, what does delete? I don't know what the delete key is typically used for, actually. I just know Control Delete is how I pull a task manager. I was like, wait, how did I get so short? I was like, wait, why is everything so tall? Wait, yeah, it's the F keys. It's like F1 through 4, 5 through 8, 9 through 12, and then delete is right beside of F12, typically. I think some keyboards have it in like the top corner. But I don't know if that's just the shorter keyboards or what, honestly. See, what I kind of wish I could do, but it won't fit, is like have enough room for employees to walk between these, because I could put a shelf behind each one and it would be perfect, but I don't think they can access it. I have English keyboard, but the layout is different. That's interesting. Yeah, I think on my 65%, it was in the top right corner. And then on this one, it's beside F12. Needs like delete, print screen, and something else. Mine's next to slash. Oh, not backspace, delete. Unless your delete key is beside your slash. That's different. Yeah, really real with you. I don't even know what. Mine's next to slash? Do you guys have 100% or lower? Because like mine's on the function row. My backspace is on the number row. Still here, let's go. Mask devs, nice. Mine is also... Y'all suck. Okay. Wait, are there 2 delete keys? Maybe there's 2. Hang on, let me look. next to my... I have to turn my brightness down on my keyboard so I can actually freaking see. What is beside my slash? I have... Oh, wait, that's European laid out, isn't it? If the slash is going... Oh, no. There's forward slash and backslash. I think forward slash... I know there's a European layout, but... See, my dash... my slash that you guys are using is the end of the row, basically. And then it goes page up, page down. And then above it is home. I mean, I technically have a 99%, so I don't know how much of a difference that actually made. So I haven't had a full-size keyboard since Pisto got me the Cinema Roll one, so I don't actually know. So it could be because I have a 99%. If you guys have like those 9 keys in the center between the number pad and or is it 6? If you guys have those keys that are in between the number pad and the rest of the keyboard, then that's probably why. Because that's what a 99% keyboard is like the arrow keys are actually under the enter button. And then, yeah, I got those. Okay, that's probably why then. Like, there's a space between the delete key and the slash, right? Yeah. Okay, it's been years, like at least 2 years since I used a full-size keyboard. So. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so your guys is in that little group. Mine is, they basically took those keys that are in the center there, they basically made an L shape instead. But 3 of them, the home, page up and page down, are in between the keys for the main part of the keyboard and the numpad. And then print screen, delete, and something else is on the same row as the function keys. But I also have a full-size 0, which apparently people care about, but whatever. So, yeah. That explains it. Let's zoom out towards the end here. Bam, bam, wham, wham. Do I want to keep slamming my head against this wall, or do I just want to suck it up and say this is good enough? Because honestly, I could take these 2 out. If they can't access these, then I can just take... You know, let down. You know, I can't stop thinking about it. All the go down and back, don't know nothing about it. So just leave us to our own devices and we'll leave you alone. I'll be there when your heart starts beating. I'll be there when I take my last breath at this point. Boo, hiss, boo. Oh, I could actually line those up with this. So I can move these over one more. Will you stop doing that? This is why you're adopted. Yeah, there we go. Stop! Like, goddamn. Yeah, she says it all when she pressed up against me. And something has to take off the edge a little more, and I'll fold the planet entirely. Start speeding. I'll be there when your last breath's taken away. In the dark when there's no one listening. We both get carried up. It's fine. Get carried away. Because I'm actually going to cut down on the amount of shelves here. Because logistically, I do not need this many. I think I'm trying to end game this shit. Like, I don't really need that many shelves. Oh, wait, if I don't need that many shelves, like, oh my god, yes. Okay. Okay. Y'all are gonna be so sick of my shit at some point. I swear to God. You're gonna be like, oh my god, this bitch is crazy. Get her out. You know what's funny? I can technically put this in here. What if it's like twice baked meth? When your heart stops beating, I'll be there when your last breath's taken away. When there's no one listening, in the times we both get carried away. Crazy. Yeah, see, like this. So it's literally... And then I can actually... Heart starts beating, both get carried away. 2 ingredients. 2 ingredients. Product. Pleasing my need for even numbers. I think this is it. I think this is it. I can't. I don't know if I can mentally handle anything. But I think this works because then there's like a section in the center here. I could still do the perpendicular. It just takes up too much room and I don't want to block off walkways. I think I could still put another shelf here. I don't know what I would need to put here. Oh, because I could do like ingredient, product, mixing. I think that can work, honestly. I don't need these anymore. I could just have them here though, just in case I need them. I don't know. Okay, so if that's the case then I can put, this goes here. And this goes here. Is this the run? Maybe actually, I think I finally figured it out. I could also put the ingredients. Do you want to see how far this comes out? Oh my god, stop getting in my face. Oh, that's plenty. But I don't foresee myself needing more than, because I can do pseudo, phosphorus, acid, and then that's it. Like, I don't need anything else. So I think that works, because like 40 of each is honestly a decent amount, and then I get deliveries, so it's honestly fine. This will be 20, 40, 60, 80 of each. So that'll last for a decent amount of time. I think theoretically, because it takes like, what, 2, 3, 6, 9. I don't think I really need that, but store the shelves on the shelves. Okay, I think this pretty much solves a lot of problems. I'm going to put, hey, yes, jars. I think I still want to leave this here, honestly. Because I need a shelf for... Oh, you know what, actually? Since this is... Bam. Jars. Or product and then jars. Perfect. And this goes directly in the center. Can access it. Can access it. And then... Sealed product. Sealed product. I don't like this, but... Oh, no, I do actually like that. Actually. I kind of like that, actually. actually. Oh my god. Holy shit, the mess I just done. Now I just have to flip. I just have to flip the weed side, and we fucking did it, boys. Yeah, it should be. For sure, yeah. It only took like 16 hours. I do like this, so I think I'm gonna keep that, actually. So, I want the growing. Is it right under the window, I think? Yeah, I think right under the window is where it sizes out to be perfectly. Yeah, actually. Soil is first. Did I put this stuff in? Oh yeah, I can put the jars in here now. And then I can put this, I can finally put this shit up. Oh my god. Pseudo. I think that's the other item. Yeah. And then phosphorus. Phosphorus or acid? I can. I was kind of hoping I could put that here. What the fuck? Huh, interesting. I guess the theory that obviously there's going to be more stuff. I know they're adding more stuff in, but it's just like gotta take time, you know. Oh yeah, product I can actually put away though. This product is supposed to go in here. So there's product. What is this? Oh, that's the other one. Okay, there we go. So that goes in there. And then everything else is clear except for the OG. As long as the stairs don't cause me problems and I don't decide to completely redo this again. I should have plenty of room because I have 3 mixers instead of 4. And there is always the possibility that I could end up downgrading too, of like only doing single ingredient mixes instead. I'm just gonna take all the lights for 1 stack. And take this. Dude, I'm fucking losing my mind. I can't believe how much of an issue I must have with this. I almost was just like, dude, fuck the barn. I'm done with the barn. I'm not gonna mess with this shit. Like, you can't make me. Okay, and then please. I'm going to cry. Oh, thank God. Okay. Okay. Because I know they can get to stuff if it's cramped in the corner like this, so that I'm not worried about. Hey, Light, where'd you go? Got it, got it, got it, got it. That sound sucks. I already kind of figured this area out, So I don't see myself redoing this unless something catastrophic happens. Well, this just kind of sounds like the same song that just played. Don't get in the mood for just like shitty old rock that no one's ever listened to before. Don't get me wrong, there's just a lot of indie bands, honestly. Where's the fucking dude? Alright, this all just sucks. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy the stream. Yeah, we're just gonna listen to the Sagura song. I don't honestly. I know it's like it's shitty because like she went through so much, but like I don't see it as like I have empty. Oh, I was like, why can't I get the freaking? I see it as like a Phoenix song, like a signal of a rebirth. At least the ending of it. I know it's not like the entire thing isn't a rebirth song, but it's just like I don't know. Like she said in like one of the at the end of her announcement, it's just like she's optimistic for the future and she hopes that we are too. So obviously she's breaking free, but I think it's also a sign of her rebirth. So nice to meet you guys. It's nice to meet you too. Don't tell me everyone around me's waiting. And I'll say, bear it down, burn it down, and they all wait. Bear it down, burn it down, and it was falls through. And then I wait to. This is the end. Kind of wish you could cheat and use these on 2. Oh my god, you might be able to actually. That'd be hilarious. I'm doing my threads, running down, let it down. Think that's not for any future? Yeah. I do not think this is going to be similar to some of the other talents, though. I think she's genuinely done. This fading, heard it all before. Me, everyone around me's waiting. And they all say, tear it down, burn it down, and they all pray. Tear it down, burn it down, and it will fall through. Now it all lay through. This is the end. And all again. I think I'm gonna do something because this stuff builds up quickly. Because it grows a lot faster than everything else. So what I might do is actually put the mixers behind the pot like this. Anything for me. Or I can do it this way. Whoa. Girl, start trying to kill things. Yeah, that looks fine. I can live with this. Ugh. They all say tear it down, burn it down. And they all say, down, burn it down. And it all falls down. I'm gonna need a similar setup. Boop. There we go. Burn it all again. I actually have enough shelves because of all the shelves that are full of weed in the house. I just really fucking love the song. So one more time. You can't stop me. You can't stop me, chat. You can't fucking stop me, bitch. One more time. You said time again. In the end. It down, burn it down. Hell in a flame. Name. And it down, burn it down. Say that the memory of me is fading. Heard it all before. Me, everything around is fading. And they all say, tear it down, burn it down. And they all play, turn it down, burn it down. And it will flows through. Now they I know fade soon. This is the end. I will again. This is all OG, right? Yeah, OG. This is all OG, and then this is mixed. Man, let the down. Speaking of, I can put that in there. And now we make like 10,000 trips to get all the weed over here, but I think we got it. The memory of me is fading. Heard it all before. Me, everyone around is waiting. Then we all say, tear it down, burn it down. And they all play. And tear it down, burn it down. And the world goes through. Million ashes again. It will make tuned. Ah! Wait. I wonder how much XP I'm gonna get for this shit, honestly. This is either gonna be like one of the best XP runs, or it's gonna be one of the worst. Yeah, come here, bitch. Hey! Whoa! Yeah, okay. Hey! Whoa, buddy! Gotcha. Okay, that should be all of them. If not, I got a bat. Let's see, buffering for the internet was out this morning, so let me double check. Oh shit! Hey, should be back. That was a big drop. Tell you say, tear it down, burn it down, and they all play. Oh shit! Wait. Okay. Phew. And it all falls through. I think it's like fluctuating between 5 and 7. So if you guys are still buffering, let me know and I'll turn off the YouTube stream. Dead bodies. Yum. They all say, tear it down, burn it down, and they all pay. Tear it down, burn it down. All right, this is the last project. So that's gonna take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trips. Goddamn. I'm listening through the YouTube stream to bypass the. That's based, actually. You know, that's actually pretty good. I don't have ads on my side, though. My stream also did kind of go down, though, so. Oh, god damn it! It's barely hanging on, my dude. It could also be steel.